Good morning. We're getting started. My name is Debbie Stroman, and I'm the conference coordinator for the Black Men's Brain Health Initiative. And I want to extend a very, very big thank you for joining us at the second annual conference. This event could not happen without you, your intelligence, your insights, and your kindness. I extend a very, 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 very sincere welcome to you as we deliver a conference that uniquely convenes a diverse group of caring professionals at one of the most innovative universities in the country, Arizona State University. Our planning team has worked hard and smart over the past year, tweaking our model from last year, where we had an inaugural amazing conference in Los Angeles. With ongoing support from Dr. Carl Hill from the Alzheimer's Association, the National Institute of Aging, a seed has now blossomed. And we're blessed with so many others who joined us to help create a bridge for collaboration, for deliverables and discussion from athletes, from community leaders, health-related professionals, researchers, and sport administrators. Now, some housekeeping notes. You all have heard us on social media. You've heard us talk in conversation. Please download the WUVA app, W-H-O-V-A. Download the WUVA app. That's where you'll find the conference program listed under resources. It's a way to connect with one another, get to know people. If you don't have the opportunity to speak to a speaker, whether you are here in person or live, use the WUVA app. I also want to mention that there are details with the conference program that you should know about. And if we make any changes, it will be there. We will notify you through the WUVA app. Please download WUVA app. Events like this can't happen without sponsors. Sponsors are key, and we have a number of key sponsors and partners. On the WUVA app, they are highlighted, more details. And if you're here in person on the big screen, we've noted them with their graphics. Please support our sponsors, and you'll hear more about our sponsors throughout the program. If you're here in person, do know that everyone has a name badge. And if there is an orange dot on that name badge, that is the team who can assist you. If you have any questions, our staff, our volunteers with the orange colored dot are here to help you. So please engage with them and share a smile as well. I've been working in the academy in academia for more than 14 years now. And I've been blessed to get to know a lot of wonderful people, a lot of very, very bright people. But one of the highlights in my career is to be able to work with two outstanding academics researchers with this conference. And that's Dr. Monica Rivera-Mindt and Dr. Robert Turner. And so I feel very, very blessed to partner with them and to do fun things. Research is fun. And so I want to ask Dr. Turner to please come up to the stage and get us started this morning. Let's have fun.
Morning. How y'all doing today? Good morning. All right. It is just a wonderful honor to be here. As she mentioned, my name is, some people call me Dr. Robert Turner. I'm an assistant professor at George Washington University, or I'm supposed to say the George Washington University. I'm in the School of Medicine and Health Sciences with a second appointment in neurology. And like many of you, I wear a number of different hats. You can see in the program, I'm a former professional football player, right? I was fortunate enough to play. Some of you may remember the old USFL, United States Football League. I'm talking about the old one, right? I was back in that day. Then I played up in Canada, and I was fortunate enough for a very short period of time. San Francisco 49ers signed me, allowed me to play a couple games, and then said goodbye, right? I'm also, what's important for here is I'm also a caregiver for my dad, who has Alzheimer's disease. And so those are really important roles that are really kind of we'll cover a lot of those different things in our where we are here today. And lastly, I'm a visiting scholar here, faculty scholar in the Global Sport Institute. So I've been very fortunate to be welcomed by this community at Arizona State University. And so I just wanted to share with you real quick why we're here. Because of my relationship with Dr. Davis, who I'm going to introduce in just a few minutes, and Dr. Scott Brooks, and so many other people around this university. It's a great university. You see signs all over the place about how they're doing innovative stuff. Right. And an example of the innovation that they do is Dr. Davis, she invited me to be on a research project with her and Dr. Brooks. And we've done some black male focus groups here looking at issues around dementia, or actually, I'm sorry, issues around sleep apnea. And then growing out of that, we've done 2 black male health town hall meetings, one virtually and one in person, which was over at the Cronkite School of Journalism and Communication. Dean Batch, you'll get to hear him. So they're committed to this topic. They're committed to this work. They're committed to being out in the community and making a difference. And so I just wanted to say, thank you to Arizona State for having us here. Explain a little bit about why it's so important for us to have them as an academic partner for this conference. And with that in mind, I'm going to turn it over and I'm going to ask my good friend, my good colleague, my mentor, someone that I can cry on her shoulder at different times, Dr. Olga Davis. Please come on.
Thank you, Dr. Turner. And hello, good morning to everyone. Oh, that's a warm welcome and a warm good morning. It makes me feel so good. I'd like to thank, first of all, Dr. Robert Turner for giving me this opportunity to speak with you this morning. I was asked to give a welcome and to just tell you a little bit about our plans and our goals here at ASU that also relate very much to Black men's brain health. I'd first like to say that I am Dr. Olga Idris Davis, Associate Dean of Barrett, the Honors College at the downtown Phoenix campus. And I'm also a professor of communication at the Hugh Downs School of Human Communication here on the Tempe campus. On behalf of Barrett, the Honors College, Dean Tara Williams, our dean at Barrett, I'd like to welcome you to Arizona State University and to the second conference on the scope of knowledge and continued scholarship on brain health of Black men. I'd like to thank once again my dear colleague, Dr. Robert Turner, for his vision and his leadership, identifying the need, the purpose, and the design of a conference such as this, which centers Black men, which centers sport, and most specifically, it centers brain health of Black men. Dr. Turner alluded just a moment ago about a conference that we worked on together earlier, a few months ago. It was last year, I think it was October of 2022. And it was called Black Men's Wellness Town Hall. And that's a mouthful, but it was a powerful mouthful. And what we did in that conference was to bring local community members, Black men, and of course, men of color, a variety of communities, as well as women and children who were there. Our colleagues from other departments and different units were there. And again, most importantly, our local community of Black men were there. We were elated because oftentimes we don't see Black men in the halls of what we call the ivory tower. This is so very true. I see some of you who have been mentees of mine and some of you who are my current mentees, some of you who are my colleagues, and it is such a delight to see the halls of the ivory tower populated with a diverse look, but not only a look, because we all know We can have the look, but if we don't have the Constitution, if we don't have the essence, if we don't have the significance for why we are here in our scholarship, in our research, in our teaching, and in engaging students who come behind us to learn about what we do so they can further the cause, further the effort, then we are not really doing what we should be doing. And so I am so very happy to be here at Arizona State University. And I'm happy to be a part of the fact that we were able to have that Black Men's Wellness Town Hall meeting in October, where Black men and their families were able to ask questions. We had panelists from the community. Dr. Turner also alluded that we had done some research with local community men regarding sleep apnea, which is a collaboration that Dr. Turner and Dr. Scott and some of our other colleagues are involved in, looking at sleep apnea and what are the ways that we need to further advance knowledge, understanding. We call it health literacy. How can we raise the literacy, the understanding, the knowledge level of how men embrace agency from the perspective of what is their responsibility and what is our responsibility as scholars, as mentors, but also what is the responsibility of our dear male community members. They too have to say, yes, it's also what I do daily, how I look at my health, how I see my life, how I see the quality of my life, how I see the importance of my life as it relates to my community, my family, my children, and on and on. ASU is also foundational to some of these goals that we have, the goals that are inspired by this conference, the goals that are inspired by the research that many of us are doing in Black men's health, and the goals that are inspired by having a voice and having the community to have a voice. This is seemingly new in many of our institutions around the country. But here at ASU, we are making strides to make that more sensitive to the voices that have historically not been heard. I'd like to share with you our ASU mission statement. I call it the North Star. Several of my committees that I'm on, several of the interactions that I have as Associate Dean of Barrett, the Honors College, in relationship to the vision and the goals of my dean, Dean Tara Williams. This mission statement of ASU is our North Star. You may know that during the slavery period of this country in which African Americans were enslaved, it was the North Star that guided us. And I can see the North Star. I see it right now. Because had not those individuals navigated astrologically and astronomically in terms of astronomy, that they were able to gauge the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper and the North Star, no matter where they went, someone would not have been there so that I could be here, so that you could be there. So that North Star is essential to everything that we do. And here at ASU, we have a North Star. And that North Star is to keep us focused, to keep us in line with what should be important, to keep us always aware of how we are creating the new leaders of tomorrow in the students of today, to keep us grounded and not too haughty. And, sometimes as scholars and researchers and scientists and professors and all that, we get pretty heady. We get in our head. Yeah, we do. But the purpose of a North Star is to remind you there's always something else above you. There's always something else to strive for. There's always something else to request direction for, so that we don't forget the direction that we must be about, the direction and the journey that we must be on, and the direction that we have to continue to go. ASU's mission statement is what I'd like to share with you at this time. ASU is a comprehensive public research university, measured not by whom it excludes, but by whom it includes and how they succeed, advancing research and discovery of public value and assuming fundamental responsibility for the economic, social, cultural, and overall health of the communities it serves. I mean, it's just a brilliant mission statement. And not only is it a mission statement, a rhetorical statement. Those of us who study communication and rhetoric and persuasion, we think, yes, well, each organization, corporation, university, institution has a mission statement. And so, that looks good for the public. We are about the mission statement at this university. And I think that in sharing and being a part of this wonderful conference that had been the vision and the leadership of Dr. Turner and his lab and his colleagues, we certainly can attest to the fact that we are about brain health and Black men's communities and health of those communities, as well as other communities of color. As I said before, my thanks is to Dr. Turner's lab and the team of tireless staff who endeavored to make this a success, an informative and an inspiring meeting. I use the term inspiring because I hope in these 2 days that you are here, you will hear and be a part of conversations that will inspire, encourage you, transform, transcend you, and inculcate a new determination of action and a vision in scope of Black men's health, wellness, and scientific inquiry. We are only touching the tip of the iceberg in this conference. I'm sure you already know that. It is a power-packed conference. I've looked at several of the panel sessions and I'm very excited to be a part of it. But as you know, this is just a tip of the iceberg. There is a plethora of topics here that hopefully will find genesis and germination to grow into opportunities of collaborations and exchange of ideas and of new directions in centering the health of Black men. And I'd like to thank each of you, the participants, the presenters, the students and fellows who are here to share in the collective energy that imbues scholarship, networking, and continued efforts toward mitigating and eliminating the risks of Black men's health, and also celebrating the resilience of the culture and community of Black men. It's very interesting to look at the tension between risk and resilience. Some of us who do the work of exploring communities of color, communities that are seen as oppressed, communities that are often lacking the access to care. We have so much language around those communities that identify the risks. And yes, those risks are real and they are there. But what about the resilience of the Black community? What about the resilience of Black men? What about the resilience of Black women? What about the resilience of Black families? The resilience comes from the nature of our culture. The resilience comes from the struggles that we are defined as. Our lived experiences have defined that struggle. But in struggle also comes a sense of knowing who one is and knowing the identity of one's culture. And that is a strength, that is a resilience. And so I think that in that notion of risk, which is absolutely real, we also have to see what are some of the dynamics within the culture that helps the way in which we can develop and build on that resilience as we look at continued prevention aspects and intervention measures to mitigate these kinds of problems, and hopefully not just mitigate, but eliminate the issues that we have around Alzheimer's disease, hypertension of Black men, prostate cancer, and on, diabetes and so forth, related to some of the comorbidities that plague our Black men's communities. My profession is understanding the role of communication in culture. That's basically what I am. I'm a communication scholar that studies the critical and cultural aspects of communication. I take the lens of culture to explore the dynamics of power and resistance in the African diaspora. As it relates to health, I examine the importance of health literacy, trust dynamics, and community-engaged research in collaboration to make a difference in Black communities and other communities of color. Most specifically, my research examines health disparities of Black men and how community engagement can be the infrastructure and catalyst for Black men's trust and for transforming healthcare research. In presenting blood pressure screenings in Black barbershops, and you'll hear later on, I believe it's today, might be tomorrow, one of my collaborators, my community collaborators, Mr. Anthony Gathers, is supposed to be here to talk about some of the work we've done in Black barbershops and how the importance of university partnerships with local community members give all of us a win-win situation, gives all of us an opportunity to know that we as scholars, and I was saying earlier, we get kind of heady, we get in our heads, but working with the community gets us out of our heads. It also keeps us grounded to know that we don't know everything. We don't know everything. And also when we partner with our communities, we realize they do know their community. And sometimes some of us are a part of that community, but we're still seen a little differently because we have the roles of being a part of a university institution and a university milieu, not so much here at ASU, but just the culture of institutions has also, caused a mistrust of people of color around the country. They're very, very uncomfortable and askance at the ways in which communities have been seen, viewed, and taken advantage of, exploited oftentimes by universities. So we're aware of that kind of negativity, and we also try to go into communities and collaborate and involve in partnerships with those local community members to really gain trust. Trust is the foundation of it all. And so in the idea of the blood pressure screenings, which myself and my team have gone into Black barbershops, we were able to establish health literacy prevention programs and create new opportunities for Black men to take agency over their own health. So what we did was to help Black men in barbershops, and you say, well, why barbershops? Because that is where the root of the culture of Black men oftentimes find themselves. It's also, I've been told in my research, Black men have interviewed with me and they've said, Dr. Davis, it's the only place that we can really be ourselves. We're not challenged, or we're not looked at and devalued, but rather we are valued. We're not looked at in a way that someone is trying to determine who we are. We know who we are. We get that wonderful connection with our other brothers, but also with our barbershop owners and our brothers who do our hair. And the grooming aspect, as you know, is very, very important. Certainly as women in the room here, we all know that we go to estheticians for our manicures and pedicures. We go to our hair salon owners and beauticians, as we oftentimes call them a long time ago, to have our twists, our locks twisted, to have our natural do's done. and to have our various different kinds of hair coiffures done for us. But the barbers are very important individuals in the community. They were the first health providers. Many of them, if you know the history of barbershops in general and Black barbershops, they were the ones who were the individuals who took out teeth and who did bloodletting to help individuals, particularly men who were in pain and needed their health. With continued research on sleep apnea through collaborative efforts with Dr. Turner and our team, we are doing wonderful work around the efforts to raise awareness and make challenges in local and professional communities of Black men. My interest in brain health is in the scientific research that will further the efforts to eliminate risk factors across the lifespan of Black men. Finally, this Black Men's Brain Health Conference recognizes the importance of centering Black men in the discussion of health, in sport, of the local community, and of continued need of health research in support of the nuances of Black men's brain health. I applaud each of you for moving the needle of research toward greater knowledge and understanding of what needs to be done. Have a great conference, and thank you.
All right, good morning. All right, it's great to see everyone here. Again, I want to pass on our thanks to everyone who's helped to make it happen, and also to give some welcome remarks. I am Scott Brooks. I'm the director of the Global Sport Institute here at ASU, also a sociology professor. My work doesn't really sit in this, at least initially, but as a sociologist, I met Dr. Turner at a conference like this, right? We go back 20 years or so, and in that conference, just being able to hear that there was another brother that was doing work similar to mine meant that I had a colleague, right? A real colleague, someone that I could talk to about it. And we lost touch around the way, and then his book comes out. And I'm being told, hey, you heard about this book? And I went, that's my man. Gotta get back in touch with him. And so I do that, we reconnect. And at the Institute, we had our theme for that year, which was mind, body, and soul, really trying to put all of this together. And he was our keynote. And after, we said, we got to figure out a way to have him as a fellow. And so the project that we worked on was, as you've heard from Dr. Davis, was the sleep apnea. And so we're going through this research, literally coding and starting to think about what we're to do with this data, amazing focus groups. And I get the call, right, that my father had just passed. Now, when I back up just a little bit, my father was diagnosed with glioblastoma January 7th, 2020, passes March 4th. We're literally in a room working. So I hadn't intended to be interested in this, but it happened to me. And right there, Dr. Turner and I took a whole nother leap in terms of our relationship, right? We check on each other. We've got our own family, you know, our parents that we go back and forth and are talking about. I went ahead and got my sleep apnea checked, did the whole sleep test. I knew that I couldn't just do this for research. I needed to model this for my sons, and I needed to make sure I was okay. And so we continue in this community. So my welcome to you is welcoming you into a community space. You may already be a community of sorts. We've got new people to add to that community, but this is a community space. And it's apropos to be here in the midst of this Super Bowl and this sporting context, because we know that these men are dangerously in trouble at all times when they're on that field. I just spoke yesterday with a new friend, Ray Ellis, played for the Eagles, and he's talking to me about his Parkinson's. He's interested, he wants to be here. So I'm gonna try to get him here, but this is his everyday life. We talked about what he was told by his coach. He was literally told face mask to face mask. You hit with your head. That was how he made his money. And now he is suffering these consequences. So it's personal, right? It is about us having this impact. We're welcoming you into the space that Dr. Turner and I and Dr. Davis, that we've been trying to create, because we know that this work has to have a community. Not only a community of those who are doing the research, but the community of who have a vested interest, right? Black families, everyone that care about Black men and their brain health. So I welcome you. I look forward to hearing and seeing the things that we are doing. I look forward to us, being transdisciplinary and really bringing in more and more community as the years come. This is not the beginning, as Dr. Davis said, it's just the tip of the iceberg. And I'm excited about being a part of this community. Thank you. Have a great day today and tomorrow.
Hello, check, baby, check.
Hello. Okay. We're gonna do this real quick because we got a full schedule today and tomorrow. But I'm gonna turn the mic over to my esteemed colleague, and we're gonna roll with this for a minute.
That's right. So thank you, Robert, Dr. Turner. Again, my name is Dr. Monica Rivera-Mindt, the proud co-PI of the Black Men's Brain Health. We are so excited to see every single one of you here. We welcome all of you who are joining us virtually. And before we fully get started into the program and conclude all our welcomes, we want to again specifically thank and acknowledge all of the wonderful organizations and folks who have made this possible today and tomorrow, including Arizona State University and all of the institutes and schools who have made this possible. They have given us the greatest welcome, have gone above and beyond, and we are very, very thankful to ASU. Please join me in thanking them. We also want to thank our sponsors, the ASU Innovation Center, Wake Forest School of Medicine and Health. Reverend Lamont Williams is here. USC ATRI, thank you so much, and Harmony Biosciences. We thank you for your support. Y'all, please check out, for those who are in person, check out all the tables. We're also very grateful to the National Institute of Aging and the Alzheimer's Association for their incredible support, and the partnership of the NFL Alumni Association. We have an alumni here. And before we move on, we really want to give a very heartfelt and warm thank you and for our amazing Emerging Scholars Program. Right now, if those who are able to stand or make themselves known, however they're able, if you could please stand, anybody who's in the Emerging Scholars Program, mentors, directors, our beautiful emerging scholars, please take a bow, stand up right now. Let us see you, acknowledge you. This is the future of Black men's brain health right here. We are so proud of our program that provides mentorship and support to scholars for 15 months. We have years 1 and 2 here. Thank you so much. Our directors as well. Thank you so much. We also want to acknowledge and thank our amazing team and volunteers who have made this possible. Team and volunteers, if you could please stand briefly and take... come on in here, team and volunteers, right quick. Yes, there's some of them. Thank you. Come on, there's a couple more. Yeah, step on in. And there are so many who are in the background as well. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you. And thank you to all of our attendees, each and every one of you, for making it here personally today or virtually. We acknowledge you. We know that your moments are precious, and we are so grateful to have your time. So in our remaining moments, we wanted to, people ask us what our origin story is. So how did the two of us come together, an Afro-Latinx Indigenous woman, a Black American man, 2 scholars at 2 different universities, different parts of the country? How did we get together to do this whole thing?
Well, it actually started over the internet, right? It was an internet marriage made on the internet, right? For sure. So really, this conference came out of a lot of things, but one, Dr. Deb Stroman, who started us, myself and Ron Rice, we got together and we started thinking about, it started first with just thinking about how can we deal with Black men's mental health, because there was so many mental health issues that were happening. Then we started down for the Super Bowl in Atlanta. And we had all of these men step up to the mic who had played ball and talked about what their experiences were all about. Then we said, all right, well, maybe we should start having a relationship with the NFL Alumni Association. We had a conversation with who was then the president of Beasley Reese. And Beasley said, you know, all we ever hear as football players is we hear about negative things about our brain health. It's all over the place. It's like, you know, the Grim Reaper hanging out above our heads. That he goes, is there anything good going on? And so that immediately started thinking about, you know, maybe we should talk about brain health in its totality, the risk and the resilience factors. So Dr. Carl Hill back there said, hey, brother, you need to write an R13 conference grant, of which I've never done before. And then all of a sudden, by the grace of God, I see this, you know, tweet from this wonderful person and who's talking about, you know, these risk and resilience factors, social determinants of health and all this other stuff. And I just reached out, me as a junior faculty mentor to a full professor. And I said, would you be interested in working with me on this? And she goes, yes, but under one condition. She said, I got to bring my sister, Dr. Desiree Byrd, involved in this. And so that's how it started from my end. But what did you see?
Yes. Basically, I saw an amazing opportunity, you know, a brother from another mother, and, you know, to join my sister from another mister. And together, you know, with Tam and Deb and Carl and this whole, you know, this group, we manifested this incredible grant application to the NIA, which then the Alzheimer's Association also connected, and it's happening. And we are here together thanks to, you know, to one tweet. So we wanted to share that story because everybody always asks.
Well, let me also say real quickly, because unfortunately she's not here with us, is Dr. Maria Carrillo.
Yeah.
Who is at the Alzheimer's Association. What is her actual title?
She's the Chief Scientific Officer of the Alzheimer's Association and an amazing scientist and advocate for Alzheimer's and other dementias treatment and cure.
And if it wasn't for her, you know, we had first written in the grant that we wanted 3 scholars a year for the Emerging Scholars program, just as a pilot. But we were getting the feedback we received. They said, can you expand this? It's so impactful, make it much larger. So we went to Dr. Carrillo and we said, you know, we really need your help. And she funded us. And now, you know, over the course of 3 years, we're going to have 30 emerging scholars involved with this, as she mentioned, are the future of Black men's brain health research.
That's right. Yes, that is amazing. We are so grateful. And she also joined us as one of our co-PIs, which is wonderful. So I think, is that about it? We have a great program set up for you today. We're going to be focusing a lot on risk and resilience factors. There's going to be time this afternoon for engagement and discussion and putting together a concrete actionable agenda for next steps. And tomorrow we're going to have a great program, which we'll talk about tomorrow as well.
Absolutely. Good? And so I get to turn the microphone over to Monica. It's her stage. You do your thing.
Thank you, Dr. Turner. Okay, I'm going to switch microphones here and I'm going to test my slides to make sure. Yes. Okay. All right. So you see here today's title of my brief, Overview, Cognitive Aging and Dementia in Minoritized Populations 101. So this is going to be a brief overview of key concepts that are critical for today and tomorrow's programming. My pronouns are she, her, and Aya. I'm proudly representing Fordham University and the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai. I live, work, do my research, mentor my students and trainees, and sent my kids to public school in Harlem, USA. My scarf is representing Harlem, and I'm very proud to be here representing Harlem today. We're very proud of our neighborhood. And if you're interested in connecting, you see my my Twitter handle there. That is my native digital habitat. So here are my acknowledgements and disclosures. I have no conflicts of interest that I am aware of. Before we begin, a couple of caveat emptors. First is this is a land acknowledgement that we put together with the New York Indian Council. I'll let you briefly read it, but I just want to acknowledge that in New York, my group and I are very mindful of the land in which we do the work, and I share this land acknowledgement every time I present any of our work. So I'll be briefly talking about diversity, intersectionality, and positionality. And this whole conference is actually intersectional in its very nature, because not only are we thinking about looking at ethnocultural status, so, Black, individuals from Black, African-American ancestry, but also gender. So we're looking at an intersection, Black men, because we know that our identities don't live in silos. We're not just one thing in terms of ethnocultural status, gender, SES, geography. We're many things, and we are really focused on taking a holistic look at that. We think it matters. And with that, I want to thank Dr. Desiree Byrd for giving me the courage and language to share this positionality statement that I'm going to share with you right now. So a positionality, what is it and why it's important? It reflects a scientist's worldview and the position they adopt about a research task and its social and political context. It impacts ontological and epistemological assumptions of our work. Basically, it helps us be transparent about the lens in which we approach our research. So here's my positionality. In terms of access of adversity, I'm an Afro-Latinx Indigenous daughter of immigrants from Colombia and the Caribbean. I meet 6 of 7 NIH criteria for coming from a disadvantaged background. In terms of health, I grew up with no or virtually none in terms of health insurance. The ER was our regular doctor when we could get there. In terms of education, I was in ESL. My first language is Spanish, and I was in ESL until the 3rd grade. In terms of my occupational experiences, I started working when I was 13 years old. My first 2 jobs were selling carnations off the freeway exit off Highway 10 near the Puente Hills Mall, for those of you who are familiar with Southern California. And I also picked strawberries for a minute. And based on those experiences, I got real clear that that's not something I wanted to do in the long term. And I pursued my love of science instead. And in terms of gender, as a woman in science, let me tell you, sometimes the going gets rough, but the rough keep going. And in terms of my access of privilege, I'm cisgender and heterosexual, which confers a significant privilege in this country. I'm US born, which is like winning the lottery. I'm able-bodied. I am educated. I have a PhD. I'm board certified, and I have the unique privilege of also being formally trained in community-based participatory research, CBPR. I'm also currently in the miracle of being in the middle class. I get to help my family and others as best I can. And I've received tremendous support from so many people, including Dr. Byrd, Dr. Turner, and others who help support me in this work. And I also, like Dr. Byrd, have the temperament to withstand the sociocultural challenges and assaults of academia. Thank you, Dr. Byrd. So today, briefly, we'll be talking about cognitive aging and dementia, a little 101. And I want to be mindful, because I know many of you scientists, you know about Alzheimer's, you know about dementia, but one of the things that's really important and unique about this conference, which we did very intentionally, is we have community members here. So here in the room, virtually, and folks might have varying levels of understanding about those topics. So we wanted to make sure that everybody was starting on an equal footing. So when we talk about cognitive aging, what we're talking about are things like thinking and memory changes over the life course. So maybe being a little bit slower and having things come to your mind, maybe a little tip of the tongue syndrome. And there are different types of cognitive aging. So some changes are normal over time. Maybe we get a little bit slower in how quick we can come up with something. We can still come up with it. Again, maybe sometimes it's a little difficult to, get a word in, just like right now for me. But that's different from non-normal aging. Okay, cognitive aging, things like dementia, Alzheimer's, it's different. Dementia and Alzheimer's refer to not normal aging. And here we know that the greatest risk for getting Alzheimer's is age. So that's certainly true. But this goes beyond just normal bits of maybe slowing. And in fact, let me just, for resilience and positivity, as we get older, we also increase in certain areas of cognition, like our vocabulary, kind of our content, knowledge, comprehension. Those things can get better over time. In terms of dementia, dementia is not a disease in itself. It's a general term for a group of brain disorders. Typically, it refers to impairment in, for instance, memory and another cognitive area. So that could be verbal functioning, how quickly you can process information, learning, problem solving. Sometimes it's called executive functioning, how well you can understand spatial relationships, those kinds of things. But for it to really be considered, like a full-blown dementia, regardless of the cause, it has to be severe enough to cause a significant decline in social or occupational functioning. Are y'all with me? Okay, great. In terms of Alzheimer's, for instance, since we are focused on brain health and cognitive aging and Alzheimer's in particular, it takes a number of different tests to get properly diagnosed. And here I've listed those out for you. If you have questions, let me know. In terms of the most frequent or most common types of what we would consider dementia-related disorders, the most common is Alzheimer's. In this older graph here, which I find helpful, Alzheimer's takes up about 55% of the dementia cases, but more recently, some studies suggest it's like 60% or higher dementias are accounted for by Alzheimer's. So Alzheimer's is a type of dementia that affects memory, thinking, and behavior. It's neurodegenerative, so symptoms can eventually get more severe over time and significantly interfere with daily tasks. In terms of minoritized populations, what we know is that the United States is rapidly becoming more diverse. By 2050, more than half of the population will be from either Black, Latinx, or other ethnoculturally diverse background. We also know that the aging segment of the population is quickly becoming more diverse as well. And in terms of brain health inequities, research suggests that Black and Latinx folks are up to 2 to 3 times as likely to get Alzheimer's and related dementias compared to non-Latinx white folks. They have a younger age of onset and greater severity of initial symptoms. Not only that, we are now in the treatment era of Alzheimer's, thank goodness, and there are now two therapies available. However, those clinical trials that informed those therapies did not do a good job overall of including individuals from diverse backgrounds. The second one better than the last, but in terms of aducanumab, the first one to come on the market, there was significant controversy because Black, Latinx, and other folks were not included well in those trials. And we know that we can do better. And this matters from a public health perspective because over time, the prevalence and the public health costs and personal costs of Alzheimer's and other dementias to families is rapidly growing. And I realize that I'm running out of, am I running out of time? How am I doing? Yeah, I'm running out of time a little bit. So let me just wrap up by saying that in current research in Alzheimer's and other dementias, there are significant challenges to external validity. And what that basically means is there are significant challenges to the generalizability. So there is a lot of research, millions and millions of dollars have been spent on Alzheimer's and cognitive aging research. But what we know is that those studies do not represent well the Black African-American population, Latinx population, and others. And as you see here, some of the key takeaways of this wonderful study by Colin Birkenbill and colleagues is overall outreach efforts to include folks from diverse backgrounds tend to be underfunded, insufficient, don't take an evidence-based approach to recruitment, do not typically include the necessary expertise, and aren't usually culturally competent, unfortunately, in many ways. And so I'm going to skip over this and I'm going to jump a little bit because I want to make sure we are on time because we have a great speaker. Hold on. So in terms of moving forward, how do we move forward to more equitable, inclusive cognitive aging and dementia studies? And I think we should take take a tip from the Alzheimer's Association here, who put out a wonderful report based on a survey, I believe in 2021. And if we're going to center on brain health equity as we move forward, there are a few things that we need to do. One, we need to prepare providers to care for our racially and ethnically diverse populations of older adults. Second, we need to increase diversity in dementia care clinically for our providers. We also need to make sure, lastly, that we increase the diversity of participants in research and clinical trials, because those research studies, those clinical trials are going to be the path for treatment and cure. And if we do not make sure that our people are involved, we are going to be left behind, and those brain health equities that are already existing are going to get bigger. They're going to get wider, and we can't have that. And that's why this meeting together is so important. So with that, I want to thank you all very much for your time and attention. And I am very excited to go ahead and introduce our next speaker. Let me get my little overview here. Thank you. Thank you. Her CV is so long, I had to write it down here because I could not remember it. Okay. So this year's Black Men's Brain Health 2023 keynote speaker is Dr. Crystal Glover, and I feel so privileged to get to introduce her to you today. Dr. Glover is a PhD. She is involved in health equity in aging, and also she's a mixed methodologist, which makes her like a quadruple threat. She is also, here's a fun fact. I love fun facts. She is from Alexandria, Louisiana, about 2 hours north of New Orleans, where she grew up in I think the lowlands. She called it swampland. I'm not going to say that, but that's what she said. And her rich Creole culture really, I think, endowed her with a unique lens in which to do this incredible work that she does today. She received her doctorate in social psychology and neuropsychology from Howard University, HBCUs, y'all. Very good. Yes, that's right. And completed her postdoctoral research fellowship at Dartmouth School of Medicine. She later received the Carol T. Mowbray Early Career Research Award from the United States Psychiatric Rehabilitation Association before joining the Department of Preventative Medicine at Rush University Medical Center as a BMO Harris Bank Health Disparities Research Fellow. Dr. Glover later joined the faculty of the Rush Alzheimer's Disease Center in 2016, and she now serves as an associate professor at the Rush Alzheimer's Disease Center and in the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences at Rush University Medical Center. She is also leader of the Outreach and Recruitment Corps of Rush Alzheimer's Center, which is amazing. And she is so kind and generous with her time in that role. Thank you. Her areas of research include health equity and health disparities, psychosocial determinants of health, including education, employment, housing, and purpose in life, intersectionality as a conceptual framework and methodology, and social cognitive process such as attitudes, beliefs, and stereotypes. She focuses on cognitive healthy aging in underrepresented and understudied communities in African Americans and Latinos, Latinas, and Latinx, and employs mixed methods research, as I mentioned earlier. Dr. Glover's current NIH-funded research focuses on decision-making regarding brain donation among older adults representing racial, ethnic, and economically minoritized group. She is widely published in her work in scientific peer-reviewed journals and has presented her research in international and scientific meetings all over the place. We are so very lucky to have Dr. Glover join us here today. Please join me in welcoming her.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Monica. And I believe they're going to move the screen a little bit closer so I can see it a little better. But in the meantime, thank you everyone for inviting me, especially the organizers of the conference, particularly Robert, Monica, Deborah, Kate, and Stacy, who've really made things easy as I get prepared for this talk. Today, we're going to be talking about a big focus of my research, and that's both risk but really protective factors of health outcomes in older adults. And I focus on three things that I call the 3 acts: social, physical, and cognitive activity. So today I'm going to break it down into 3 parts or 3 phases. So we'll start off with a slight primer on health and disparities, really in the context of aging or older adulthood. And then we'll go into 2 intertwined sets of factors, of course, risk and protective. Some folks may call these resilience factors, but they're more protective, things that we may do that may not only facilitate brain health, but also our overall health, healthy living, longevity, and disease-free living. Then we'll go into meaning making. What does this mean? How can we summarize? And what are my next steps and next steps that I think others can join me in? And then we'll take part in my favorite part of any talk, which is the discussion, where we have your thoughts and your questions. So before we can really talk about risk and protective factors of health outcomes, I think we should define health. What exactly are we talking about when we refer to health? So the traditional sort of definition is just being free of illness or infirmity. But I think that's way too simplistic. And I subscribe to the World Health Organization's definition of 6 elements or aspects of health. Of course, you have physical health, your brain, your heart, your kidneys, being able to walk, those sorts of things. But also you have your emotional health. People may describe that as your mental health or psychiatric health. That could be stress, anxiety, depression. But also something I'm really interested in, especially in cognitive activity, intellectual health. Can you pursue your education, your employment? Are you gainfully employed once you go through those processes? How are you able to spend your leisure time? Are you able to take part in activities that are mentally stimulating to you? Then you have these activities that are social. Who are you interacting with and what are you doing? All of those things go into your health. Also the environment. So where are we? We have plenty of green space, clean drinking water. We're able to move about. That all goes into health. And lastly, something I've been exploring a little bit more, and we'll talk about it here, is the spiritual aspect. So it doesn't necessarily have to be religion. It can be, of course, but it's being connected to a higher power or your higher purpose. So really, how do you feel about yourself? What I talk about with my family, when you lay your head down at night, what are you thinking? That's the aspect of your spiritual health. So altogether, this creates holistic or overall well-being. So of course, like you have the aspects of health, you have settings of health. All 6 of those aspects take place in 5 settings. So of course, join me in the center with your intrapersonal. So that's you. Everything starts and ends with you. You are experiencing your health the most, but you're also in relationship with others. That means people you live with, you work with, go to school with, but also your healthcare providers, people at the grocery store, and just in the general environment. How are those different interactions fostering or hindering your health? All of these interactions take place in institutions. The 4 big ones are education, housing, employment, and healthcare. So what is the purpose, the mission, and the vision of these different institutions, and how do they foster or facilitate different relationships? All of these institutions were in a community. I live in Chicago, so I work maybe 10 minutes from where I live. I'm able to get to work relatively easily. I feel all right about that, but everything is situated in your community there. So are you able to get to work? Do you have access to fresh fruits, vegetables? Can you exercise outside if you would like to do so? But then the bigger setting, something that I call the shadow boxer, that's the systemic setting of health. So I'll define that a little bit further. If you join me to the left on this slide, I'm really talking about the structural determinants of health. So if you see to the left, there are 3 sets of policies that I call the shadow boxers. Those things are economic policies, social policies, and public policies. So economic is who is more likely to be employed doing what and how much they're paid. So that's very labor market dependent. Then you have social policies that mean, where can I live? How much does it cost to live in a highly resourced area? And what does highly resourced even mean in particular geographic areas of the country? But then also we have the public policies where it's who is able to access these certain things, what's being taught in schools, the hospitals, the other healthcare areas. Are they up to date in technology? Are you able to have access to providers that are willing to speak with you and talk about up to date evidence-based practices? But also really at the bottom, what's governing this is our culture, our dominant culture, and our societal values. Really that distills down to who and what we value. This is informing those three different sets of policies. But bidirectionally, join me in the center, is really being informed by this hierarchy. We have four big elements of personal hierarchy here, a community hierarchy. That's of course race, ethnicity, and gender, but also socioeconomic positioning. So these things are your education, how many years do you have, what do you do for a living, and how much do you earn? But really what it's speaking to is overall groupings of who has power and who has prestige or respect, who does not have power and who does not have respect. Those things go hand in hand with our cultural and societal values, meaning who is able to set the rules for themselves as well as others. So all the way to the right, you have us as individuals, the social determinants of health, the things we go about. I'm an avid yoga practitioner. Am I able to get to my studio okay? Those are the things that really take part in intrapersonal and interpersonal. So think about communities, but all of that is being impacted by the different structures and the hierarchy in which we live. Who has access, who has power, and who has respect? All of those things, aspects, settings, determinants, they create a tapestry for disparity. So if you think about it practically, disparity simply means an imbalance. But what I'm talking about in the work that I do are health disparities. That means largely preventable differences in the disease or the burden of disease, injury, and violence. That means that these things do not have to be this way. But also, it's really taking away the opportunity for optimal health. So it's diminishing our ability to have that holistic health, to be able to really enjoy the different settings of health and to foster overall health and well-being. These are largely experienced by minoritized groups, think Blacks, Latinos, members of LGBTQIA+ communities, as well as different religious groups. This exists across and within all age groups, but a group that's most dear to my heart, older adults. So in my opinion and in my work, how I think about it and write about it is that health disparities are not an anomaly. It's not a one-off, it's not a separate field, but it's something that's threaded throughout our overall health as communities, health care that we receive, the research that we do, but more importantly, the lived experiences that we're going through. So we are seeing these things present at different levels and very nuanced and complex based on these different environments from day to day. So a big issue that we're here today is to address brain health. So a critical issue through my work in part that we address is thinking about how older Black adults and others are at higher risk of developing and being affected by Alzheimer's disease and related dementias. I say being affected by, because if you think about it, it's not just one person that has Alzheimer's, it's the family. So if you're a caregiver of your spouse, your sibling, your parent, most recently in my case, a parent with that, this can have implications for your own workforce development, your own livelihood, your own health. So there are countless people being affected by Alzheimer's disease and related dementias, not just being at higher risk, but being affected by. So myself and others, of course, really interested in what are the factors that are contributing to health, not just dementia risk, but across the lifespan. So my colleague, Dr. Carl Hill, who I believe is here, he's the architect and part of this National Institute on Aging's Health Disparities Research Framework, thinking about what are the different categories of factors or levels of factors that really impact what we call priority populations, including older Black adults and African Americans. And you can see that it almost mirrors those settings of health that I spoke about earlier, the intrapersonal being biological, and then you go into interpersonal in terms of sociocultural, and can't see that there, but it's the second to the right. And then lastly, the more shadow boxers, the bigger, the environmental. So thinking about how do these different factors singly impact our health, but also interconnectedly impact our health. So that brings me to where my work is now, really thinking about things are not all risk and things are not all protective, but they typically work together. So a risk factor is something that diminishes your ability to live an overall healthy life, especially as you age. But something that's protective is something that bolsters that health, facilitates it, allows you to be able to contribute to your own health and well-being and live a more fuller life. So think of risk as more disparity, and then protective is more equity. We'll talk a little bit more about that. So something that's at the cornerstone of my work is social activity or social engagement. I am an applied social psychologist, so I tend to think of things that could be non-pharmacologic, that can be modified or taking place in our lives. And something that's a big hit is social engagement. I define it here as something that is meaningful and sustained, meaning it has to be consistent. You're doing it with at least one other person, and it has to be beneficial to yourself and or others. Optimally, it's beneficial to you and someone else, and then it pertains to a common interest, activity, or goal. A lot of folks ask me, well, I enjoy my work. Is that social engagement? Not necessarily. You can enjoy your work and you can enjoy the people that you work with, but it has to be free of any, say, financial incentive or financial involvement. It's something that is simply a benefit to you. Some examples of this include, going to yoga, as I spoke about, book clubs, gardening, et cetera, or even walking groups. Indeed, the Lancet Commission here spoke of social activity as being one of 9 factors that you can even change, risk or protective, that really help you take care of your cognition, especially as you age. But above and beyond cognitive health, brain health, is really to facilitate your overall health. Think of all of those different aspects I spoke about in the beginning. Social activity, social engagement help to foster the benefit side of overall health and well-being. But of course, these things may be interactive or interwoven with cognitive activity as well as physical activity. So the different things you may engage in for mental stimulation, as well as what you may do for physical activity, not just hardcore exercise, but walking more, maybe doing yoga, gardening, etc. And it has been set forth that taking part in these 3 activities may be able to prevent or delay up to 40% of dementia cases. That is highly powerful, thinking about in the context of shadow boxers, structural determinants, what power we may have as communities and individuals. So in order to explore that, I thought to myself, well, things just don't show up in older age. I don't get to older age and have an increased dementia risk or a propensity for poor health. These things may start in midlife. So I'm thinking about what exactly is going on in terms of social activity in midlife, and how does that relate to dementia risk? Research shows that what I do in midlife doesn't necessarily correlate to dementia risk. However, what is important, that if I do have, and I should have, high levels of social engagement in midlife, then I'm consistent with that in my older age. That means I maintain those levels across the different phases of my life. That's the most important piece for reducing here dementia risk. But not only that, we see that older adults who are still able to maintain high levels of social activity are also having or experiencing decreased dementia risk. So something my colleagues and I back at the Rush Alzheimer's Disease Center were thinking, what does it really mean? Like, what are the activity types that really lend this benefit to, say, decreased cognitive decline or better health? What are the different social activities? And what we're finding is that older Black adults with frequent social activities we're really able to see a decreased risk of mortality, so dying early, but particularly if they took part in community-based activities, group-related activities, and those that are outward focused, meaning volunteering within your communities. Here, I also wanted to look at, colleagues and I, how does social engagement really vary over time in terms of decline? People that may already be experiencing cognitive impairment. What does it look like if you're already having more deleterious outcomes in aging? But we see here that social engagement, being frequently engaged with others, can also delay or help slow down the rate of cognitive decline by up to 70%. So that really shows a positive impact for simply getting out there, being consistent, and frequently engaging with those in your community with an outward-based lens. So something we're exploring is, how does this work? How do you have social engagement? How does that really get into decreasing your risk of dying early, slowing the rate of cognitive impairment and decline, but also being able to just have overall health? And it's something that we're thinking about called cognitive reserve. That's the ability for the brain to be able to sustain damage, disease, etc., but still be able to function. And it is thought that through social engagement with others consistently and meaningfully, that we're building up that reserve, and it's something that continues across the lifespan. In particular, join me in the center. Those are the big factors, 4 factors that really impact cognitive reserve. We have leisure activity at the bottom. That's what we're calling here social activity. So going into that. Also, we have your social network size. So being able to have a full, high quality group of people that you can socialize with or call upon for support. Also, having complex and productive work. So being able to stay on your toes, mentally stimulated. That's the cognitive activity, but also more years of education. We see here that this cognitive reserve, this being more frequently engaged in social activities, can still decrease dementia risk, even among those with a genetic predisposition to develop Alzheimer's. That's huge. That shows benefits for those without cognitive impairment, people that may be genetically predisposed, and even people who are older adults. So one big critique that I've leveraged in my own research is that social engagement is not, say, just one single thing. It's usually interconnected with, say, physical and cognitive activity. So there's an interrelationship between these. And some people may argue or venture that, well, the impact of social engagement itself or independently is kind of small. So we really set out to think, well, what do they look like together, not only for overall health, mortality, but for other outcomes. So we know with dementia risk, what we see here, and I'll walk you through it, I know that's a lot there, is that if you take part in only one, say, social, physical, or cognitive activity, you're doing okay. It helps your risk, it decreases it, but not as much as if you engage in at least 2. But once you're doing all 3, you have that maximum impact to decrease your dementia risk. That doesn't mean that it has to be an activity that is both socially, physically, and cognitively stimulating all in one activity. It just means that you have a cadre or a suite of different things you do that supports those different activities. Being able to stay cognitively, socially, and physically active are all interconnected. So something I focus on in my work as well is what we call decision-making, healthcare and financial decision-making. So I think about it, well, dementia risk, cognitive impairment, early death, those things are important. But there are other things that we're taking part in as we age that are really, really detrimental or can facilitate our health. As we get older, we may need more doctor's visits. We need to really take care of those things in terms of our health. How are we making decisions about our health care? And how are we making decisions about our finances? Being that we're likely retired, we may be downsizing in terms of housing. How are we handling our more, say, end phase of life? So making decisions about these things are most critical. And I was wondering, how can the 3 acts facilitate better decision-making around healthcare and finances? So I put all 3 in a model to say, well, what's the impact? What I see is that late life social activity and physical activity not really facilitating decision-making here. But what's really pulling the weight is increased cognitive activity. So museum visits, reading, puzzles, et cetera, really increasing those has increased impact on better decision-making, even for those, especially for those who have a lower level of cognitive function. So that means even if I'm operating at a tad bit diminished rate cognitively, I can still benefit for better improved decision-making, healthcare, and financial by taking part in these cognitive activities. So here, thinking about, well, is there something bigger? So as a social psychologist, I'm thinking, all right, we have the 3 activities, we have different health outcomes in aging, but is it something larger, something more related to, say, purpose in life? Are people who are socially, physically, and cognitively active, do they just have a larger purpose? Meaning that they're trying to make sense of one's life and they're invested in their life's experiences. So I was really keen on sticking with decision-making, especially as a former caregiver of a parent, to think through, well, how can we best bolster those different skills? And thinking about it here, purpose in life did not impact improved levels of decision-making. However, for individuals with lower levels of cognition, having more purpose in life did result in improved decision-making for your healthcare and well-being. So I took it to the maximum and I thought about, well, purpose is simply a part of psychological well-being. That means that we're thinking about meaningful, positive, and good interactions, active interactions between ourselves and others that are really producing, say, a general sense of feeling good about ourselves and our lives. And we do find that this overall increased level of psychological well-being is impacting better levels of decision-making, healthcare, and financial, especially among those who are experiencing lower levels of cognition. So I would be remiss if I didn't speak about some of the more overt risk factors here. So sometimes it's a little bit confusing when thinking about social activity, social engagement, but also loneliness and isolation. So for loneliness, social engagement and loneliness can coexist, meaning I can be out there frequently seeing folks, meaningfully engaging, but I can still go home and be lonely at night. And that loneliness can really shorten a person's lifestyle or lifespan up to 15 years, including accelerating the rate of cognitive decline. However, what is really the opposite of social engagement is social isolation. So that is a risk factor there, meaning that social isolation, so the opposite of social engagement, is more likely to be impacting cognitive decline and other poor outcomes in aging. Here, I just included, say, how loneliness relates to decision-making and how people who are already lonely with lower levels of cognitive function are making poor healthcare and decision-making. We're thinking that it may be because they don't have individuals to bounce decisions off of, get feedback, other information that you can say, hey, I was thinking about what to do with my savings. What are you doing? How are you handling the sale of your house or downsizing even? So one brief mechanism that we're exploring, especially among older Black adults, is how is social isolation working to impact decision-making and other health outcomes? And something that we see a little bit of promise with using the health disparities research framework is that increased levels of perceived stress, meaning those who are more socially isolated are having higher levels of perceived stress. And we know that perceived stress is more likely to result in early mortality, diminished cognition, as well as poor decision-making. So I've said a lot, and I want to sort of summarize it here, a take-home message. So we know that social engagement is encouraged to preserve not only our cognitive health, but also our overall health in lowering levels of perceived stress, as well as making better decisions as we age, particularly among healthcare and finances. This is key across the lifespan. So it's great to start at any age, but the earlier, the better, to show maximum impact of these different activities, especially social activities. And this may work through cognitive reserve. It's likely to have social, physical, and cognitive activities interconnected, so it's best to consider them in tandem, and that these evidence-based practices, strategies, interventions should not only think about these three together, like what's the maximum bang for impact, to say what's the least amount or the prescribed amount to take part to really have impact on your cognitive health, but also other things that are important in aging, decision-making, perceived stress, as well as just overall early death and quality of life. So something I call attention to, or what I call priority populations, or where should we go next? I would like to see research more in two big priority older adult populations. Of course, I know that there are intersectional pieces. There are women who are part of these groups and vice versa. But thinking about ratio ethnically is that really want to see with African Americans and Black adults, how are these three activities working, especially as we postulate that they have a higher risk of developing dementia? I believe this is really important as we experience more people, say, migrating, immigrating from different areas. What does this do to social ties? How does it impact social engagement? And how is it important across the lifespan? That means really, what are we thinking about? Also, the opposite of social engagement with social isolation. But if we're also thinking about midlife importance in terms of maintaining social engagement, we know where we work is really the source of our relationships with others. What do we do if we're in midlife and we're taken away from the workplace due to, say, caregiving responsibilities, discriminatory practices, or other elements? These are very key for women as well, especially the workforce involvement and the role of caregiver, and especially as they move into older age with potentially stagnant or lower financial resources. So next steps here could be strategies. So we need to identify what's already taking place in communities. We know that various communities across the globe are already doing walking groups, yoga clubs, gardening. We need to understand exactly what's going on. How can different medical institutions and institutions of higher learning partner with them, collaborate to scale up on these efforts, and then begin to say, well, what is the different dosage? How much, say, of social activity, physical activity may really benefit someone to decrease, say, dementia risk or improve decision-making? And then we can begin to, say, create and tailor these different interventions that are particularly targeted for priority populations. So that's something I'm keen on doing in my own work, is seeing how the three acts relate to these different health outcomes within specifically older Black adults. I believe it's something unique about us in terms of thinking about how we socialize, we engage in physical activity, cognitive activity. Do they work together? Must it be all three? And what are the impacts on not only dementia risk, but decision-making, perceived stress? So I believe that we are experiencing a paradigm shift. So meaning we're moving from disparities, so the more risk end or the imbalance, to, say, equity, where we're creating tools for specific groups of people that may need them to address those disparities, to completely eliminating the shadow boxers. That's justice, in terms that everyone is able to have access to social, physical, cognitive activity, optimal health maximally. So I think I'm at the tail end. I think I'm on time. So before I end, I would like to acknowledge several groups of people. Of course, all community members who are engaged in research, because we couldn't have done any of this without people who are volunteering and taking part and allowing us to understand the process of aging. Everyone at the Rush Alzheimer's Disease Center, my great colleagues there, the Alzheimer's Association, the National Institute on Aging, and of course, the organizers here. And last but not least, I would like to acknowledge, since this is a Black Men's Brain Health Conference, no other Black man has been more instrumental in my life than my father, who has recently passed away. So I would like to acknowledge him today, and thank you. And I included some fun pictures from my husband and I's recent trip to New Zealand, and to facilitate some of your thoughts and conversations as we engaged in activities across the globe. So, thank you.
So thank you so much, Dr. Glover. That was incredible. So we have some time for questions and discussion. So we've been asked to take the two center seats on the stage, and we're going to have a little chat for a few minutes before we break. Okay. All right. And we have our timer. If I'm correct, and Dr. Stroman or Kendall, if you can confirm, I believe we have till 10:45 our time. Is that right? Okay. Thank you. Hello. Hello. I'm here. Hi. Hey. So please join me again in thanking Dr. Crystal Glover for such an incredible conversation and discussion. So it is a thrill to get to sit here and be in your presence, hear you speak, and get to chat with you after that incredible presentation. I have many questions myself, but I am not going to be greedy. I'm going to resist that urge, and I'm going to open it up to the group here for their questions here in the room. But I also want to remind our folks who are joining us virtually on Whova, you can also ask your questions, and then Dr. Glover will be able to follow up afterwards, or we'll follow up to coordinate. Okay, so check your Whova app. You will be able to also ask questions there, or if you don't feel comfortable asking them out loud here. So with that, do we have any questions, comments? Okay, so we have the microphone back there, and we see a question over there. Yes.
Hello, testing. My name is Joshua Owens, coming from the University of Florida. This talk was amazing. Thank you so much. And I think you did such a good job of showing the importance of social networks and social support. Something I've been grappling with in my own work as I've sought to develop measures for social determinants frameworks is how to incorporate social support and social networks within the broader, more like structural factors, where the social support feels so like individual and because it's more individual, will like drive the associations. So I guess, do you have any suggestions on how to kind of like integrate the social piece into the broader, more like structural factors?
Speak into a little bit more.
Okay, here we go. I said, that's a great question, because I grapple with that in my own work, how to really say, not only individual, but really community-based. So that's where I see the integration as possible. So how do the shadow boxers, the structural pieces, really facilitate the ability to take part in different physical, social, and cognitive activities? So say the presence of libraries, green space, places to even engage in other physical activities. So that's how I approach it from my own work. And we're sort of thinking about that now with what is involved, or what's in the place of communities of people in which we serve through research. What are the resources there? And how can we say match objective measures of community resources? So that's sort of say a structural element, but then also how people are reporting that they're taking part in these different activities, and how do they overlap? What is most likely to impact health? And then seeing if they work in tandem. So really sort of creating a more, I guess, synthesized of the two, because it's really the structures that are supporting or hindering these different community and individual based activities.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Next, we have a question over here. Oh, and when you ask your question, again, just remember to give your name and say where you're coming from.
Oh, okay. Hi, my name is Deanna Byrd. I'm assistant professor here in ASU and a faculty affiliate of the Center for Innovation and Healthy and Resilient Aging. I think I got it all. So thank you, Dr. Glover. Always nice to see a good presentation. I have two questions for you. My first question is, you touched on disparities in women, given the focus of this conference on Black men's health. Maybe you could, I don't know, speak to that, because there's also disparities in men, but you highlighted women. So maybe you could just touch on that. And second, I know that a lot of your work, and Dr. Lisa Barnes, who hats off to her, right, tremendous scholar, has really foundationally come from Chicago, right, with Rush being in there, which has a large Black population. What are your thoughts when you're in a place like Arizona, where it's harder to reach? There's not as much of a community. And by the way, Chicago is highly segregated, but that's another story. So, what's your thoughts on when you're here and you're, even as a Black woman trying to sort of reach, more Black men, more Black women, and in these sort of harder to reach areas? What are your thoughts?
So I think the first piece is about women, Black women in particular. So I must admit, when I do think of Black men, of course, I think of them singly as their own group, but I also think of the interconnection between Black people. And so if we are to be caregivers, women more likely, what does that mean in terms of facilitating the men in our lives, also being able to be gainfully employed, et cetera? So I do see it as interconnected, but I do see that there are different factors, especially structural and social, that can impact the engagement in these activities among women, men, people overall who are Black. So I will touch upon that. So being that, I think we have what we can learn from our work with Black women largely, and then see how we can tailor that work for Black men. But then I also think that speaks to your second question in populations or areas that we don't have a lot of Black people. That is a hard one, because I think what I was thinking through during the pandemic and really thinking about more or less the great equalizer in terms of digital connectivity, but then thinking about different communities, even within Chicago, that do not have Wi-Fi. So we were disconnected from each other socially, physically, necessary for, pandemic purposes, but some of us were still able to engage with each other via Zoom, getting outside with social distancing. And must say, I'm quite curious as to how that looks for areas that didn't have those digital pieces, didn't have safe spaces to congregate. And then how does that translate to where there are lower levels of, say, Black people overall? And I must say, I don't really have an answer for that. I think that's something that's burgeoning through research. I do think that we as a people are very creative. So that means that we could find a way to say engage, but I do think we will have more barriers in able to develop those meaningful, sustain, that's the key piece, and mutually beneficial, that's the other piece of group related activities.
Dr. Byrd, does that answer your question? Yeah, great. And I just want to piggyback on that in your own research, because those are two great questions. And one thing that really resonates to me in that question and your really thoughtful response is, number one, that we really have to think a lot about context if we're going to think about inclusion and engagement, not just recruitment, retention, but inclusion and engagement, right?
And sustainability.
Yeah, and that sustainability piece, and that it happens in a context, right? And I think oftentimes most folks don't look to the literature, because as scientists, we also always want to look to the literature, and your group and others have really been so foundational in showing us the way of how we do this work, right, where researchers have to come correct, and taking a community-based approach, because that has been the magic of the work at your work and your other amazing colleagues, taking that inclusion science approach, looking at that work, because that really is the only true evidence-based approach to make a meaningful impact, include people. But it takes time, expertise, and money, right? And it gets harder, takes more time when you're in places where those populations might even be less prevalent or harder to access for whatever reason, or connect with. I'm gonna say connect with. Yeah. But in your research, I do have a question to the intersectionality piece that was just asked. Have you found in your research that it is harder to get Black men? I want to just bring it back to this topic. Is it harder to get Black men into the research or Black women? Because I want to talk about that for a minute, because Dr. Rachel Nasheni and I have talked about this a little bit, and I want to hear what you think about that, and maybe others.
So definitely in the research cohorts that I work with, whether they're Black, Latino, Asian, white, you name it, it's largely women. It's just women are 70% most of the research participants. So that means that we're really not even understanding the lived experiences of Black men, how they may engage in the activities, how they make decisions for healthcare and finances going forward. So that's why I say the interconnected piece with Black women, say as caregivers, because we know they're so prevalent in the home, but also prevalent in research. So we're able to extrapolate some of those experiences, but we need actual Black men in the research to do so. So what we've been doing is really developing specific outreach, engagement, but sustaining relationships with organizations and groups that really cater to and center Black men, and how can we foster the comfortability with research? We can indicate the utility of such research and what I call getting these different perspectives into the scientific register. So Dr. Rivera-Mindt spoke about the literature here. And so something I'm keen on and something I told her last night I'm very proud of, all of the work that I spoke about today, regardless of delivery, is in scientific literature, meaning that that sets the foundation for other folks to think about issues related to Black people. Also issues that, things may vary. As to Dr. Byrd's comment, it may not look the same in certain areas, but this gives a certain thinking or conceptual framework and even some evidence as to how we can create, how we can tailor for specific areas. And if we don't have it out there, we don't have any proof. We don't have any jump off for scientific conversation, and therefore no impetus for funding. So I think that is huge in terms of thinking about getting Black men into research, but also spreading the word to their own lived experiences and how these things work for them. But the efforts are ongoing, that's for sure.
Critical. So thank you for that really excellent follow-up. I think that's very helpful. And also thinking also about how women can connect men to get them into the
Definitely.
research, or our non-binary friends can get those men into the research as well. So thank you for that. Other questions? There were hands up earlier. We have one question over here.
Good afternoon, or morning rather. My name is Sean. I'm Sean, and I'm coming from the University of Texas at Austin. And great work. And I'm also a Howard alum, so it's great to see another one. Absolutely. My question to you, Dr. Glover, is, do you think media representation of dementia influences the perception of risk among Black participants in your recent work regarding the severity of dementia, given that it's portrayed in television, narratives, movies, and also conversations amongst members of the community? Do you think media has a certain level of influence on how the perceptions of risk management and other things that go along with it? So I just want to get your perspective.
That's a great question. So I think I'll tackle it in two pieces. Is one, yes, I think media representations for the overall part do not really set forth the severity of such a disease, or a suite of diseases rather, because we know as Alzheimer's disease and related dementias, there are other types. But what does exactly that look like? It's not just forgetting, and it's this person that is becoming more or less a shell of themselves and taken out of their active lives and the lives of those in which they love. So I think it minimizes the impact, and also something that may just occur with old age. That's the common thinking, that there are not things that, so what I spoke about, risk factors and protective factors that may not eradicate all risk, but things that we could do to bolster or bolster our cognitive health and diminish our dementia risk. But with that, I do think that it ties into, say, and I hate to say in sweeping generalizations in terms of community, but I'll just say in overall, potentially having Alzheimer's disease and related dementias is more stigmatized. So people may not want to talk about it. It may be very scary to even say, I'm witnessing my father, for example, may lose cognitive faculties. What does this mean for, say, him being able to drive, taking part of his healthcare and financial decision-making? Because it's more than just forgetting. But then also not wanting to acknowledge that, being stigmatized, but also thinking that it may just be something that occurs with old age. So I think getting the word out on what is actually Alzheimer's disease and other related dementias, how can it impact the person and the broader livelihood of the family unit, but then also really giving folks an idea of what we're finding through evidence. What I spoke about here, what are some protective things you can be doing starting in midlife, close to the age that I am now, that we can help foster health for when I'm 20, 30 years older. So really not just setting it up as doomsday, but here are some things that we may be able to do to, say, stave that off, or at least feel better about our health overall.
Does that answer your question? Excellent. So what I'm hearing from you is it's like we need to be mindful of those images, take care for the education for people to understand normal aging, cognitive aging, and not normal cognitive aging, what that means. And I feel like the Alzheimer's Association has been such a champion in helping to get that word out. And then third, that doing these behaviors can really make a difference. It's like money in the bank, right? For your future self, having, that investment in, your current self into your future self. So that was a really wonderful question. Thank you. That's a great answer too. Other questions, comments, Dr. Brooks?
Thank you. And again, I echo wonderful presentation. One of the thoughts I'm thinking about is emotional aging and things like loss, right? And loss in literally when we lose others and thinking of it in that period of time, but also just thinking of that loss of purpose through roles. Any work on that helps to bring this in? Because of course, there's going to be different protective factors needed at varying levels there.
Man, that is a great question. And it touches so close to home. Having recently lost my father, I almost feel like I've aged 20 years just in those less than 3 months and thinking about it. And I must admit, myself, my husband, we forced me to engage in those social, physical, cognitive activities to help bolster the health, even when I don't feel like it. I think the closest research would be, say, down at Emory, Dr. Fayron Epps, if I can peg her here, that's really thinking about the role of caregiving, the burden of caregiving, and what that means for future health as people get older, for even something potentially around the grieving process. That's something I'm very interested in, but I must say that I'm not as well versed in the research around that. I'm not sure if it exists. I do think in the caregiver space, and it's something that I do work in, that we can really explore that, as we're really postulating that there's a 5th level of caregiving, and that's once the person passes away. What then? What does it look like in terms of our levels of stress, our overall health, our social engagement? Have our networks fallen off? Has our health fallen off? And what are the impacts of that, the reverberations as we get older, in the loss of our family member? So I think that's an excellent question. I think through our collaboration, we'll explore that. But I can only just imagine the role of protective factors as we lose someone and as we get older ourselves. It's like all going on at one time. It's so complex. Yeah. Thank you.
What a great question. Thank you. Other questions? Let's see, where's the mic?
Right here.
Okay.
Hello, Dr.
Yes.
Glover. My name is Eleanor Seaton. I'm a professor here at Arizona State University, psychologist by training. Fun fact, I was born and raised on the south side of Chicago.
All right.
Chicago all the way. My question, so I study the impact of racism on Black adolescents' mental health. And recently I've expanded my research to think about how racism gets under the skin, looking at the HPA access through cortisol. And I'm wondering, is there any research that's connecting Black Americans' elevated risk of Alzheimer's with these underlying physiological processes that we're just beginning to scratch the surface on, like HPA access activity, et cetera?
Oh my gosh, that's a great question. 2 people pop to mind, the great work they're doing. Dr. Lisa Barnes back at the Rush Alzheimer's Disease Center, huge. And Dr. Regina Wright Sims, or Sims Wright at the University of Delaware, really investigating how does racism get under the skin to impact our health outcomes, everything from the heart to head highway, the cardiovascular health, to impacting dementia risk later in life, to say what does it look like throughout the lifespan. So I really encourage you to look at their work to see how they are not only conceptualizing this, but their evidence-based body of work that's really setting forth. And that's a good piece to the person's question over here, those structural and individual levels that really come together. I think their work speaks elegantly to that. Sure.
Thank you so much. That was a wonderful question. So unfortunately, we only have about 3 more minutes for this session because we do want to give folks time for a break. Yeah, we can keep going. Okay, so one more question, and then we'll go ahead and wrap it up. We have two. Okay, 2 more questions. We'll end with 2 more questions. So we'll go from him, and then you'll close it out. Okay. Okay.
Hello, Jeremy Grant, postdoctoral fellow from the University of Florida. I love how your presentation highlighted the benefits of social engagement, as well as the risks of a lack of social engagement, loneliness, and things like that. And that's something I've been thinking about in my work a lot. In many Black communities, particularly among Black men, there's stigma about talking about mental health, about talking about loneliness. And so when my team has done presentations at churches, we've kind of used discussions about social engagement as a kind of back door to talking about mental health. And I'm not sure if that's necessarily the best approach. I'm not sure if that's adding to the stigma and we should just come out and talk about mental health directly and loneliness and these kinds of things, or if that's a good route of getting to those underlying things. So I'd love to hear your thoughts.
You know, I think it is all community dependent. So you have to know who you're working with. You know, is a direct approach better? Are they in a space to hear that direct approach? Or can you use the tool of information to have 2-for-1, speak about the role of not only social engagement, but positive social engagement. So something that burgeoning research is on is that even if we're sometimes taking part in frequent, meaningful social activities, it could be not so positive, meaning we may be getting together to say over imbibe or to do other activities that may not foster our health. So I think getting ahead of it and saying, this is what positive social interaction looks like. This is what it can really mean for your overall health. And then you can speak about mental health as well as an aspect of health, because it is still health. It is an element, one of the 6 elements of health. But if you do think that the community and individuals that you work with can really receive that, I would speak directly, but it does involve, one approach doesn't necessarily fit all. You have to really know the goals of the community in which you serve. Are they looking to hear about mental health? Or can you use social engagement as a segue to not only speak about mental health, but just positive interactions between Black men?
Great question that came from one of our emerging scholars for cohort 2. Thank you. And what I hear you saying is how important it is to really look at the community context and tailor it to that context as you discern what you're going to do. That's very helpful. And we're going to close out this session with our last question. Actually, we had Godfrey. We had a question over here, but we also had Reverend Lamont. Okay, well, we're going to make these 2 very quick. Okay.
Thank you. My question is simple. Dr. Lamont Williams with Wake Forest School of Medicine with the Maya Angelou Center. Dr. Glover, one of the things I hope to take from this conference is some new strategies. I'm a recruiter, and one of the big barriers in recruiting is Black men is the level of medical distrust. And what I'm hoping that you could share even offline with me is how to move Black men towards more trust in medicine, because there's been a long line of distrust. For example, Michelle Alexander does an amazing job in her book on the new Jim Crow. And what she argues is a very salient point. For example, mass incarceration. When you look at the level of mass incarcerations around Black men, we are unfortunately leading the charge there. The United States incarcerates more people, particularly more Blacks, than any other country in the world. And I'm just curious if you have in Chicago any strategies to help move Black men away from that just troubling mistrust in medicine.
That's a great question. It's something I know I consider in my work, in my life, actually, all the time. And it's really built upon, say, a theoretical and applied, actually, framework that we use at the Rush Alzheimer's Disease Center called ENGAGE. Network, give first, then advocate for research, give back, and evaluate. So what I'm thinking here is that, particularly for Black men in terms of medical mistrust or distrust, is really spending that time networking with them, not just saying, speaking to them and getting to know them, but also what are they most concerned about? What are the informational resources that we can provide them? But also, how can we build relationships and keep that going? So we speak about social engagement that's very, say, community-based, but I see it as also between researchers and laypersons, institutions, and other communities. How can we keep those consistent relationships going? It's something I think we enjoy at the Rush Alzheimer's Disease Center, and maybe not broader community is that we're known for existing, being consistent, and being able to provide resources that may not always just be about brain health, but it could be about, where to get food during the pandemic, or how can you have utilities taken care of. So research as service and scholarship, and trying to make that known. So I do think it also involves more staff that look like the communities that we're looking to serve. So more Black men on staff that can relate, more environments outside of just churches, barbershops, but really getting into the pervasive areas or environments that Black men may socialize, reside, etc. But then also seeing what are their time constraints. We know that going to the doctor, participating in healthcare takes time. People that are worried about, say, incarceration, employment, housing, the big hits, may not have that sort of mental bandwidth to take care of those other things. So how can we, even with community health workers, make that easier for them in a way that is consistent, comfortable for them, and also convenient? So I think we're trying to work through that one community at a time.
Amazing answer. Thank you. One last question to close it out briefly. We didn't want to leave you hanging. Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Stroman Reynolds, here on behalf of my arena. During one of your presentation, I saw one of the things you put was spirituality. I'm a former athlete, played at Virginia Tech, a little bit of time with the Buccaneers. And when the game stopped for me, it wasn't by my control. And one of the biggest things that I had a problem with was my mental stability in that. So what I did, I started something called Life in Abundance, right? Which is, it goes hand in hand with athletes, showing them that your physical abilities are one thing, but the voice of the conscience, or that being that animates that body, is everything. The sport ends, but life goes on. We all know it. That's why it's called Life in Abundance, etc. But what I'm asking is, how important do you feel that the spiritual aspect of all men, all women, no matter, just the spiritual aspect of everything, especially when you're talking about specifically Black men, how important do you think that spiritual aspect or that awareness is in determining how fast they can change, or how fast they can start to make the necessary steps towards looking at everything in a broader way that we hope and that we aspire them to?
That's a great question, and that's great work you're doing. I think the spiritual aspect is highly important, and I think it's something, two parts, is that we as Black people, other marginalized communities, we wouldn't have made it this far without some level of spiritual awareness and spiritual piece of our health. So I think that's just upfront. But I do think there are systemic issues as well as societal that block us from being able to fully tap into the spiritual piece of our health, that awareness as you speak about, because we're trying to, support ourselves, support our families, stay healthy. That's a daily grind that can take away from really being introspective about your own abilities, your own exposure to risk factors, as well as your access to resilience and protective factors. So that can block you from even taking part in activities that can really help you. So in terms of thinking about that research-wise, that's what kind of drove my work into purpose in life and psychological well-being, is tapping into that spiritual piece. So not necessarily having to be religious, but how do you feel about your own life's experiences? How are you engaged and aware with yourself? So overall well-being, and what are the real impacts those can have for your decision-making, your dementia risk, and your overall quality of life? I think that's a good step in the right direction, because it is sort of a je ne sais quoi that we just don't know that's out there, but has big impacts for being able to say, I'm a self-starter, I'm going to break through, and this is how I'm going to do it. So I think some of that research with purpose as well as well-being can help at least provide a little insight or a little step forward into that spiritual piece.
Thank you so much for that wonderful question. Answer. Thank you for this incredible keynote presentation, and to all of you for your attention, time, and wonderful questions. Thank you so much.
I believe. Go ahead. No. Yeah, how much time we have for our break now? 10 minutes. All right, great. So I would How about everybody stretch, stand up, stretch your legs, move out, go around, take a little break, and then come on back in about 10 minutes. We'll call and let you know. Thank you.
Welcome back. Welcome back. If you could please take your seats. Thank you. Thank you so much. What an engaged group. If this isn't a demonstration of community and how we can collaborate, I don't know what is. So let's give that first morning session, Dr. Glover, Dr. Mint. Thank you. For those of you online listening in virtually, hopefully you feel the spirit that is here in this room. We're going to continue, but just a quick reminder, WHOVA, please download the app, WHOVA, especially if you want to connect with speakers. If you have questions, please use the event app. And do note that the conference program is also on the WHOVA app. I'm going to pass the baton to Dr. Carl Hill, who's been spoken about quite a bit this morning. He's one of the drivers, one of the movers and shakers, and just a wonderful, wonderful, kind man in this space for the panel, risk and resilience factors.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. And hello, everyone. Good morning. All right. All right. All right. This is a participatory meeting. So, really excited about, this conference and two powerful presentations this morning from Dr. Rivera-Mindt and Dr. Crystal Glover. And, what I got from the presentations was the number of determinants or factors that play a role in risk to brain health or disparities that we see in brain health, and how context, plays a part in whether a factor is protective or a risk for Black men and for those that are disproportionately affected. So we're really excited today to have more discussion around how these factors can interplay between risk and resilience. And so we have Dr. Desiree Byrd and Dr. Monica Rivera-Mindt again, and really excited to have Dr. Michael Grandner from the University of Arizona, who's here local to the state and who does some really good work in sleep. So I'll start with the panel by asking, tell us a little bit about your work, how you got into this particular research, and how your work relates to risk and resilience, particularly for Black men. And we'll start with Dr. Grandner.
Okay, I'll start. Morning. Mike Grandner, I'm at the University of Arizona. I'm a sleep researcher. I'm a sleep person. My work is focused on real world implications of sleep health. And so what that means is upstream social, environmental, and behavioral determinants of sleep, how we get and why we get the sleep that we do. Downstream neurocognitive and cardiometabolic consequences of insufficient or poor quality sleep, and interventions and real world interventions to help people get better sleep. And so what brings me here, two things bring me here. One, Dr. Turner brings me here. We've been working together for a bunch of years now on some projects related to sleep health. But when I talked about upstream social, environmental, and behavioral determinants, I do a lot of work in sleep health disparities. A lot of people might not realize that given the population we're talking about today, if you're Black in the US, you're more than twice as likely to not be getting the recommended amount of sleep for optimal health and functioning. You're more likely to be at risk for disorders like sleep apnea or even insomnia. And this is important because sleep is a fundamental part of our health and our well-being and connects with so many different physiologic processes, especially brain health. So this is something I care a lot about in this community, and this is why I'm here. So thanks.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Grandner.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for the question about how we got into this work, and I'll share a short version. It starts in graduate school for me in learning about cognitive measures. So I'm a neuropsychologist. I study the neurocognitive outcomes of healthy aging and unhealthy aging as a result of neurodegenerative factors and things. And in training for this type of work, we learn the psychometric properties, the standardized ways of giving tests. And then I learned about this outcome of group differences that troubled me to my soul. And I didn't have an outlet in graduate school at the time to contextualize it. I didn't even have a place to like process it. But I knew I had to do something about it. And so I started listening to Dr. Glover talk about outcomes at the older age regarding cognitively stimulating activities. I did my dissertation on cognitively stimulating activities in childhood and then how those related to performance on tests, just by way of being affiliated or familiar with the types of things that these cognitive tests ask you to do. So since then, there's been a growth recently into biomarkers, into structural determinants like housing and reimagining what housing might look like for a healthy aging in terms of attacking structures. And since I'm interested and dedicated in Black and Brown people, that includes Black men, but it wasn't until Robert Turner and Monica reached out to talk about the seed for this conference that I took a special focus on Black men and realized how all of my knowledge about health disparities really was about females in research. And so, you know, the impetus is to shift that and to teach all of us more about what's really happening. So that's my intro. Thank you.
And we'll ask Dr. Rivera-Mindt.
Hello, here we go. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Byrd. That's a little pro-social behavior there. So to answer the question about how I got into this work and my interest in Black men's brain health, so I have always been interested in health inequities, and you saw my positionality statement, so you know where I'm coming from and why this is clearly relevant to my experience. So I came in with that health equity lens before it had a name, before anybody cared about it, starting in, you know, May 2020. And so this has been a deep area of, you know, passion and work for health justice and equity for me for decades. So I will just start with that. In terms of Black men particularly, though, I will also say that as the granddaughter of, Black Afro-Caribbean men, and also I'm the daughter and granddaughter of Pentecostal evangelical ministers. So I feel like I have that in my heart to do good and use my work in life for service. What I have seen in my own family with the Black men in my family is that these vibrant, smart, exciting, service mission-driven men have on multiple occasions come to their later middle age and into their older age not healthy, having really bad and sad brain health outcomes marked by all kinds of medical comorbidities, high blood pressure, hypertension, probably not getting enough sleep. And that has resulted in heart problems in my family with the Black men I love so much, with strokes in my family, and vascular dementia and Alzheimer's. So I have been a caregiver for many, many years, starting when I was a teenager. And this hits home really deeply for me. So when Robert sent that Twitter direct message, I was ready to go when it came to this issue. And it was just like an incredible opportunity to do something I had been holding in my heart for a long time. Does that answer your question?
Oh, that's great. That's great, Monica. So, in listening to your research areas within the study of Black men, for each area, the sleep, and I'm hearing, kind of dementia literacy, and then for, Dr. Rivera-Mindt, kind of, life course, stress coping. What are some gaps in the research that keep you up at night, or that our, early career investigators might pursue and study in your area?
Thank you. There are many. And if I pondered on them too much, I wouldn't get any sleep. But thankfully, something's finally being done. One of them for Black people in particular has to do with the lack of attention to our diasporic representation. There's too little within group research, right? We should know by now that the whole comparing Black people to white people business doesn't tell us very much at all. We need studies full of just Black and brown people, and with attention to subpopulations. So I'm thankful that a plug for either later today or tomorrow that we're giving attention to formerly incarcerated populations. Hello. I think about Dr. Glover mentioned immigration. I live in New York City, where there are very dark-skinned people speaking French, speaking Spanish. Hello, let's take a look at these subpopulations. So that's one. I'm not going to take up too much time, but the need for more ethno-racially homogeneous research and then some subgroup deep dives so that we understand our full representation is one area, even here in this brain health area, that we need more attention to.
One thing that I think is very important is that, speaking as an interventionist, I feel like we do a lot of work to try and understand sort of what the problem is and what different flavors the problem comes in and what is it related to. Everything. And what is it not related to? Well, nothing. It's connected. And the now what question, I think, sort of gets lost. And what I've found that really frustrates me is that a lot of our interventions for these sorts of populations fall into two camps. One is funded projects that are very well-meaning but are unsustainable, like talking about sustainability. Like, it's just so frustrating. So in a different hat, I do a lot of work at the US-Mexico border, and it's another area where there's a lot of disparities. And there are different disparities, but the sustainability issue is key. The other thing, the other bucket of issues that I think we need to solve is that a lot of our interventions are coming down to recommendations of like, well, you should do this. Telling people to do stuff is not an intervention. If telling people what to do changed behavior, I mean, everyone would. I mean, how many people in this room eat 5 to 7 servings of vegetables every day and get at least 7 hours of sleep every night? Like, if recommendations were interventions, nobody would smoke, but yet they do. The question, as a psychologist, the question is, but why? And what are the actual problems we need to solve? Maybe it's not just people don't know any better, and if we just told them what we know, they would change their behavior. I think a lot of my work recently has been really focused on what are those barriers? What are the actual barriers? And when you're talking about Black men, the Black men that I've talked to in my work, barriers are things like competing priorities. I'm trying to put food on the table. I need to get to work. I'm not concerned about how much I sleep because it's not going to kill me tomorrow. Things like mistrust with the health system. A lot of times it can't be me, even though I'm the one who cares about I care about this issue. I can't be the one who goes to speak to the community. Because coming from me, a university faculty person who looks like I do and talks like I do, I might not be the right messenger for these sorts of things. So I don't know. I know I'm starting to drift, but I think those are two issues that I think we need to talk a lot more about. The science around sustainability and how to make these things work, and the science around how to actually implement change beyond just like telling people like, well, if you only knew what to do, you would fix all of your problems.
Absolutely. Yeah. Good response, Dr. Rivera-Mindt.
So I'll just briefly say ditto to both of you. Those were excellent responses. And what you're talking about also is setting up our community workshop this afternoon, where we're all going to be able to start talking about some of those questions that you have so eloquently put in there. And I think that's wonderful. And I'm also going to piggyback on something that you said about this issue of the need to look at homogeneous populations, so we can look at within group variance and differences within the diaspora. to that point, I feel like there's a lot of talk about social determinants of health, which is really important. We're looking at structural issues, which are also really important. But I think what gets missed sometimes that concerns me, and it's to your point, is this idea of cultural, these cultural factors as we think about determinants of health and how they relate to resilience. And this, if we're going to look at, trying to understand within group differences and how we can really tailor our interventions, then I think we need to be asking questions specifically about culture and not be shying away from them. So certainly language and things like immigration and educational experience, but also acculturation and the cultural attitudes around healthcare, around, social factors that bring us together, familismo, personalismo, so many different things. And I think that's a real missed opportunity to help us really culturally inform our interventions and even our assessment so that we can really do a better job at getting at this.
It really, really interesting. Culture is so interesting, because it can be protective. I mean, there are factors that are collective responses among groups of people that serve as resilience factors. And so have you, in each of your areas, have you noticed or studied any particular factors for, Black men or any disproportionately affected population that stand out?
I can jump. Would you like to jump in? You go.
Totally go first because mine isn't in Black men, but go ahead.
Well, so in Afro-Caribbean populations, Latinx and Afro-Caribbean, in our lab at Mount Sinai in Harlem, where we see mostly Caribbean, Black, mostly Puerto Rican and Cuban, and Dominican, what we've seen is that, acculturation can have an impact on neurocognitive test performance, and how well people understand this culture can have an impact. And it can also have an impact on how people adhere to their medication regimens. And the more people seem to understand, US, culture, they tend to do a better job of adhering to medications. But we're also looking at right now other types of cultural affiliation. So we've looked at familismo and kind of that engagement with each other and other aspects. So that's to be continued. But I think it's a rich area of research, and that there's so much to be done that can really help us understand things like social isolation and loneliness, and how we can, address some of these other modifiable factors. So I'll just stop there.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I'll just say, I mean, when you're talking about culture, within the Black community, as someone outside that community who's been overlapping in it in a number of ways across my life, it can mean different things. I think that there's the protective elements of it. There's stigmatizing elements of culture, things, and I think if we're going to solve this problem, I think you're actually. You said something that I like, my brain paused for a second to do a double take on what you said, because I think it was so right that we need to not be afraid to speak the truth. And if the truth is that we can actually incorporate cultural elements into this, as scientists, we're sort of taught that that's sort of bad, and it muddies things up and makes it too complicated. But I think the truth is that that's where the future is going to be. But then, so the example I wanted to share is, so in the sleep world, there's this weird finding that keeps showing up when you look at population level sleep disparities. There was one group in the population that seemed to not be at risk in terms of not getting enough sleep when you look at population level, and that was Mexican Americans. Other Hispanics and Latinos, they didn't have the same protection of whatever that was. So I've been trying to figure out what's going on in that population and what's protective. What can we learn? Interestingly enough, we just published a paper following 10 years of data showing that actually that gap is now closed. So we screwed something up. There was, but that's another story. When we went down to the border and we talked to people at the border about their attitudes, beliefs, their practices, their behaviors, we found that acculturation was really strongly related to their sleep experience, but not in the way that I thought. I was actually expecting that there was something. So we used the acculturation rating scale for Mexican Americans, which has two dimensions. It has sort of a Mexicanization and an Americanization, totally independent. You can be high on both, low on both, independent. And this is among people of Mexican descent at the border. The degree of Mexican acculturation actually didn't predict anything, didn't predict the outcomes. I mean, it was a smaller sample. We're looking to gather more data, but it was the Americanization that was the problem. No matter whichever side of the border you lived on, the more Americanized you were, the more likely you were sleeping less, worse insomnia, more sleep apnea risk, more likely to be taking sleeping pills. You were also more likely to talk to your doctor about a sleep problem. You were more likely to bring it up. But this whole idea of Americanization in some of these cultures. So what does that mean to African Americans, or Americanization means something different? But I think this issue of this negative acculturation is really important.
One example that I can pull from my work in HIV and Black men who were aging with the disease and who were showing this remarkable, like, biologic kind of resistance was social networking. But this is really from observation. So these are people who had very strong bonds, and the men in particular. So this is some anecdotal evidence, not yet supported by empirical work from the lab at Mount Sinai, the HIV, Manhattan HIV Brain Bank. But certainly those of us who were working in the field and observing these, what they call long-term, non-progressors, because generally that disease, especially before there were medications to control viral replication, people generally did worse over time. But there were the small group of mostly Black American men who didn't progress. And that small group had very strong social ties. So I believe there's something there if we took the time to analyze the data behind it, but that's an anecdotal example of a protective factor.
Oh, that's great, Dr. Byrd. Okay, so we talked culture, protective factors. What came up, Dr. Grandner, is Americanization or acculturation, which links to this discussion, I think, of racism, structural, racism specifically, maybe even discrimination in a personal exchange. How does that influence your work? Have you included, variables around racism in your analyses, and what did you discover?
It impacts your whole world. And, from a sleep perspective, racism is associated with worse sleep. And it's not just because of stress. It's not just because of depression. It's not just because of you're getting less access to things. All of those are true, but they're not the entirety of the story. There's even a study which was beautifully done that showed that there in Black adults versus white adults, talking about comparative studies, the Black population that was studied had less stage N3 sleep, which is where a lot of the recovery happens during the night. A lot of the physical muscle rebuilding, that sort of stuff happens. And there was less. It was not a huge difference, but it was noticeable and it was pretty robust. But when they put in exposure to racism in the model, it actually it accounted for that difference. And the explanation was, and there was other work that group had done showing that childhood level socioeconomics and exposure to life course stresses change your trajectory, even if just a little bit. And I think that's sort of what shaped my conceptualization of sort of racism as mechanism, where it's not just about someone said something to you and you internalized it or it caused you upset. That's superficial. It's about the systemic, repeated, trajectory changing sorts of experiences. And I think that's how we need to talk about it, not just as a stressor, but as something more structural that way.
In my work, we're just collecting the data. I don't have results to share with that, but I believe that there's a generational piece that's really important, because there's certain generations, especially of African Americans, who think differently about and who have been subjected to so much structural racism that getting reports that are quantifiable are a bit of a challenge. And so I think we have a lot of nuanced work to do as we expand and dig into this a lot more, taking a critical look at the measures, how we introduce them, what kind of investigator is sitting there asking the questions of an older Black person about their historical experiences of racism. All of that matters. So for the scholars and community members in the room, as we pick up studies about, because there are studies that say, some that say racism doesn't seem to have an objective impact on cognitive health. You have to think about all the details of how that study was actually conducted and how valid the results are and so forth. So I believe that there's an awful lot there, that generational components are very important, and maybe studies should be done in generational cohorts, because growing up under Jim Crow is really different, from growing up in the children of Jim Crow, right? So a lot more work to be done there. Thank you.
And now we have the new Jim Crow.
Yes.
There are these cycles around these issues, and we cannot ignore the socio-political context as we think about these structural issues. In my own work, we have included measures of discrimination, and we are about to submit our first paper on it. So one of my graduate students is looking at immigration and discrimination. And so that will be going under review very soon, hopefully this week. The paper's coming, my edits are coming, and there certainly do appear to be associations between increased discrimination and risk for cognitive impairment. But we were just presenting last week at another conference, and somebody else had reported no association between discrimination and cognitive outcomes. So methodology here really matters. And one investigator who was presenting talked about a pretty brief, I think it was the everyday discrimination scale, which was very brief, and it's a unidimensional construct, and they didn't find anything. In our study, we've been utilizing the perceived discrimination questionnaire, and that looks at multiple dimensions of discrimination, including police, work, other aspects in your lived daily experiences. And when we looked at the whole thing overall, we didn't find a signal either. But when you started looking at the subcomponents is when we started seeing some associations. So here, I just want to highlight, when we think about, these cultural issues, these lived experiences around structural issues, we need to be taking finer grained looks so that we can start coming to some greater understanding of what the truth of the matter actually is. And so we're really excited to be, to working on that. And in a current study, two brief things I'll say, we're also looking at genetic and cardiovascular and other related neuroimaging correlates of discrimination. So we're going to be really excited to share those local results from our Harlem cohort in the Salute study. But more broadly, I'm very proud to say that in my involvement with the Alzheimer's disease neuroimaging initiative and a new study looking at early onset dementia called Beyond, biomarker evaluation in young onset dementia in diverse populations. In those studies, we are proactively now including these discrimination measures so that we can start looking at the sociocultural and structural determinants of a health moving forward as well. So the landscape is changing, and I think in a couple of years we'll hopefully have a lot more data to share.
Not just that relationships exist, but the mechanisms of them.
Really interesting. So, I'll push a bit more on this question, maybe put you on the spot. But given the mechanism, given the importance of culture, providing education and resources at a community and individual level, what's your priority intervention, for your research area? If you received a MacArthur Fellowship and you had to choose, one intervention point, how would you start?
I need a minute. Wait a minute.
Well, okay, so fine. And I'm a sleep person. So this is all through that lens too, because I wouldn't have credibility doing anything else. But what I would be looking at is I would be looking at families and households. And the intervention that I would probably do is I would need more information to know what to do, because I don't know what the solution is, but I think the intervention would have something to do with incorporating the information from their context, what they're figuring out, charting the path between what they have, where they're at, where they're trying to go, and removing whatever barriers there are in between. So the way I think about it is that it's like when someone has insomnia, a lot of times people feel like their problem is insomnia is too little of whatever sleep is. So then you have sleeping pills that boost sleep drive. So more sleep will resolve this issue. But when you treat insomnia clinically, that's actually the recommended treatments actually don't work that way. They don't work by boosting sleep. With CBTI and the interventions we use in clinic, the body knows how to sleep. Evolution figured it out a long time ago. We're made to be able to sleep. It's foundational to our biology. It's like breathing. We do it because we have to. The problem isn't that we're just not good enough at breathing. The problem is there's something in the way. And if we can systematically remove those barriers, some of them are external, but most of them are internal. There are things like, so like the number one cause of insomnia is conditioned arousal, where the act of going to bed becomes so reliably paired with stress and a stressful experience that predictable stress becomes the very activation that keeps you awake. And so the treatments for insomnia that we do in clinic are often about relearning and reteaching people how does, it's more like potty training than therapy actually, because we're teaching the body to do a thing it physically always could do, it just didn't know how. And so if I had to do an intervention, I would try and figure out that path. How is it? It's not what do we need to add into the system. It's how do we need to reshape whatever that home is doing to facilitate the health that people were built to have anyway.
I appreciate the question. As a neuropsychologist, unfortunately, we're not trained in interventions, but I am also in the habit of reimagining. And so if I had a huge grant and whatever community I was living in at the time, I would go to that community and say, let's figure this out, y'all. We can do almost anything we want. Like I've been given this money. It's to support brain health. Here's what research tells us, right? Exercise, cognitive stimulation, like all of the cardiovascular health. How can we use this together to figure out, maybe it means putting clinics in the community. Maybe it means reimagining the green space in the community so that people are outside walking and doing things. Maybe it means paying people to lead social activities. I'm not sure, but I'd take it to the hood and figure it out together.
And I'd be right there in the hood or the barrio right with you, girl. So I was thinking along the same lines, but then I was thinking structurally. So how do we embody that structurally? And so in my dream world, I would go to National Institutes of Health or this giant, big, funding source who wants to do this, MacArthur, and ask them to support community science partnership boards all over the country, in every state. And I'll tell you why I'm saying this. Being trained as a, really a community action researcher, as well as neuropsychologist, at the end of these funding cycles, be it a 2-year grant, a 3-year grant, a 5-year grant, we panic about, how are we going to keep the board going so that we can keep the work going, sustain it, to Dr. Glover's, comment, because you work so hard to establish that glue. It takes time to get it going. Then you have the glue, you're doing the actions, and then suddenly, time's up. And so I have gone to my own institution to try to do this, to get my own micro grants as I can. But I think that if we could have sustainable funding so that we could really have authentic partnerships between community members and scientists, for the long haul, not just through the grant cycle, I think that would be transformational for health, because then we could really ask the questions, take the time to do it right, see what works, and make it a truly iterative process that it needs to be. We didn't get here overnight. These inequities took hundreds of years to do, and it's going to take more than just 5 years to undo.
Hey, that's great intervention at a policy level. As a former NIH program official, I've heard this a time or two. So longer, I certainly agree with that intervention. So we heard family, community, and structural, which is, at all levels. That's great. That's great. So, okay, well, let's switch gears a little bit. And so in thinking of Black men and the vast underrepresentation of the population in clinical trials and research broadly, what have you learned from a recruitment retention perspective? What has worked, or maybe what have you learned that didn't work so well that you would share with emerging scholars who will be doing this kind of recruitment? Yeah.
The lessons have been many. I've learned that relationships matter an awful lot. I've told this story before, but when I was recruiting African Americans for my dissertation research, I had a very generic flyer, come and take part in research or whatnot. And then people would come and say, you know what, if I had known you were Black, I would have answered a long time ago. Why didn't you say something? So then with my mentor, Dr. Walden Miller, may his soul rest in peace, we worked out a revised flyer that said, help a Black student get her PhD, right? Because they were like, I'll do this for you. I don't think it's going to be meaningful, but I'll help you out type of thing. And so then like my recruitment, levels went up. And so for us in particular, I find that the relationships and being able to be there and sit across from a person and say, let's walk through this consent form together, right? Like just elevating the importance and the value of that relationship. That's harder to scale up when you need hundreds of people. I recognize that, but we can still get there if that is our foundation. If when we train and hire assistants who are helping us to just to take the time to make that connection. So it's a slow ramp up, but once it does happen, it's really there. But yes, relationship has helped, and being explicit, being absolutely explicit, not assuming that people understand like the undercurrents. No, having the courage to just be very explicit.
It's only difficult to scale up because the people who built the system didn't value it.
Say that again.
Facts.
I was saying it's only difficult to scale up because the people who built the system don't value it. So they didn't build a system that would make the human component easy to scale. And it's up to us to redefine the system and rebuild the system.
Yeah, facts.
These are brilliant answers. The only thing I can add to that is that regardless of your, two things. Regardless of your background, it is incumbent on us to enter into these neighborhoods, into these communities, these populations, one with cultural humility. So we have to know, even if you look like you come from that community, we're educated, we're professional, we have so many privileges. And so we need to come correct and come with, before anything, cultural humility, because you don't know, because you don't live right there, you don't know. And so that's my first encouragement. My second is in that spirit of cultural humility to get that training, that experience, that mentorship, that consultation to learn what it is to do truly community engaged research, so that you can, when you go into those communities, you're not doing harm, because we cannot do harm. So you can't come in and then just get out, because that just piles on to a narrative that we cannot keep, re-traumatizing our communities with. We can't keep doing that. And so instead, getting, looking at, the literature, inclusion science, if you are blessed to be connected to the Black Men's Brain Health or other, places like us, to get the resources, the training, the mentorship to truly become a community engaged research, because it's one thing to know neuropsychology, sleep medicine, all these different things. But if you don't understand that inclusion science is a science that needs to be respected and understood, because it is integral to not do harm and really the way to do good, then, we're not going to get ahead. So I think that's important. And that's what I've done in a hyper-local way in Harlem for the last 15 plus years. I was lucky to get my formal training at the Mount Sinai School of Medicine. But now there are so many opportunities here and all over. Alzheimer's Association, NIA has been, such a leader in trying to move this forward. And I think getting that experience, and again, not just relying on what you look like, that's not going to be enough too, like to really have that feeling, take that time and develop it, and that we go into that process together in partnership. And that's what I've done in my work. And more recently in these larger studies like ADNI, the Alzheimer's Disease Neuroimaging Initiative, we have tried to scale up those community engaged research efforts and pilot to really try to understand how we can do this at a more national level. And our preliminary findings are, really, looking, exciting. We are making a difference, but it takes a lot of time, effort, money, and again, that sustainability to make it happen.
Another thought that comes to mind is intentionality, right? So it's easy to do what we've always done. It's harder to do something different. So the science is here. And I'm thinking of a study that Monica and I are co-PIs on, looking at biomarkers in early onset dementia. We're taking time to figure out how to return results to people in ways that make sense. We're consulting neuroethicists. We're looking in the literature. We're not just saying, yeah, we're going to mail everybody a sheet saying this is what your profile for dementia risk looks like. No, we've been meeting for months talking about how do we do this responsibly. That's intentionality. And we believe that that level of transparency and returning to people what they've given to us, in part because we could never fully do it when somebody, offers you, biofluids, but doing more than what's been done in the past, and then writing about it, right? So don't forget to consult the literature. Things have changed. We have the science to support more intentional recruitment and engagement strategies.
And all I'm going to say is, in my experience, sort of engaging Black men in research, is you're engaging a paradox where, on the one hand, as an investigator, if we're doing a project, we had to fight really hard to get this project. I mean, with funding rates the way they are and the amount of work it takes to get a project off the ground, we had to really fight for it. At the same time, we're approaching a community of people, a group of people who systematically haven't been fought for and are used to not being fought for, are expecting that they weren't fought for. And so then you're asking them to do something for you. I mean, so it engages that paradox of, you have people, you're asking something of them, where they're usually the ones who were sort of left behind. The other side of the paradox is you are engaging a system of, biomedical or scientific research to try and serve that community, where they have completely justifiable suspicion and distrust and mistrust, especially for people who look like me coming from the university. So that mistrust is totally legitimate and rational. So so I think at least sort of the elephant in the room that I have to deal with when I'm talking about doing this sort of work is, how do you embrace this paradox? How do you engage this paradox of trying to serve a community that is rightfully assuming you're not trying to serve them? So yeah, I mean, so we've also had this issue. Another place where this came up in some of the work that I've done is also another group that doesn't get talked about a lot is in Pacific Islanders and Native Hawaiians, who are doing this with this project. And it's taken so long because it's all through the community and with community engagement. Like, it's not me. But I helped get the funding for it and I helped design the project, but like, I'm not naming anything and I'm not in the community. But they just assume, like, for example, like we're talking about race ethnicity issues in that community, they were terrified of any blood samples because the feedback we got was, are you a bunch of people trying to prove we're not who we are and we don't have, because of the history, we've had things taken away from us, and because of our heritage where we have certain entitlements to land and stuff, and is this going to be used against me in any way? That was their first question. Prove to me that you're not going to use this information against me. I mean, yeah, that's a legit question for them. And so I don't know. So that's my take on this is engaging that paradox, and we have to come up with a better way to do that.
So, you mention trust. Trust is so important. Becoming trustworthy is important. There are institutions, I think, in communities that have been around since the late 1800s that have trained African Americans, Hispanic serving institutions. So, I'm a product of an HBCU. It's kind of cliche-ish to say, well, we got to reach out to the HBCUs. Researchers at HBCUs have a hard time getting a grant from NIH, if ever. What is a role that a trusted institution like an HBCU can play in this recruitment, or can play in your research programs?
And how can they teach the community that we're on the same team? But what can those sorts of institutions do? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm at a Hispanic serving institution, but they don't have credibility in the community, right? So just, how can I say, we'd have to look to those that have figured it out, right? And then ask them for the blueprint. So I don't have the experience of being at one, so I don't have that advantage, but I have friends, that are, and so I would lean towards them to ask about what those long-term sustainable relationships. Does it mean health fairs? Does it mean offering things? Does it mean bringing the community, opening the campus physically to the community, saying, come here and do whatever, or utilize our resources, opening the gyms? Hello, like, I don't know if anybody's ever gone to a college that said, we're just going to give free memberships to everybody who lives in the community as a way to support. What a novel idea, right? We all go, oh no, my goodness. So it's going to take a lot of reimagining and going to the people again who've done it, because too few of us are in places where we can say, my institution does this and let me share it with you. So I wish I had better answers.
The only thing I would also say at those institutions is, in many cases, those facts, and this is something I learned yesterday in a conversation. So I can't take credit for this, but I think it was a good point. So thanks, Rhoda, for what I'm about to say. But I think one big issue that we need to think about at those institutions is that for most of them, there are a couple of very well-funded, privileged institutions that are like, shining stars. But for most of those HBCUs and Hispanic serving institutions and the others, those faculty members have, 4 teaching loads, don't have time for research. It's very hard for them to kind of be the change in their institutions, to be catalysts, to really connect with those students. So those students get the opportunities to do research, to be in the community in that space. So again, I see a structural problem that if we could better support those faculty and those students to get that research time and then connect to the community, that we could really then leverage the power of those HBCUs for Black men's brain health. But it's a jump from here to there. Okay,
good thought. So we have about 5 minutes left. Any questions from the audience? Yeah, I see one here.
Thank you. And Thank you so much, the panel, for this very insightful conversation with the audience. So my question is about, my question is about minoritized population groups and thinking about health promotion and interventions. And sometimes even we as Black scholars may find ourselves in that tricky position of saviorism when we conduct interventions. And I've been in other groups where discussions are had about maybe the problem is intervention. You come in to solve their problems. You may be Black, you may be brown, but at the same time, you don't really understand the unique issues of that community. Black communities are very diverse, similar culture, but also different culture. So do we approach intervention as an empowering interaction and sometimes steer clear from the word intervention? Is this something that we could do to sustain retention in research and also increase that cohesion that we need for the work that we do?
Thank you for that question. You see, I'm reflecting as I'm attempting to strike an answer, but I think the positioning of the investigator and taking a very humble approach, if I understood your question appropriately, is to slow down, and before that first attempt, to do some learning, right? To flip the script and become the recipient or to become the learner. And to not take a cut and paste type of approach. It circles back to something Monica mentioned about how skin color alone, being of an ethnic group, does not buy you access to any particular group that matches it. And so it means work for us, right? Work means time, and so forth. But that's what we have to do if we're going to continue to move the needle. So that would be my initial response to you. Anything?
So when I was in graduate school, we were learning about psychotherapy. I'll never forget one day, one of the professors saying, if you're going to be a good therapist, never give anyone advice. Bad therapists give too much advice. Because the truth is, you might be meeting with them an hour a week for years, but you'll never know them. You will only see a sliver of their life, even if they're totally honest all the time. You see 1 hour out of over 1,400 hours in their week. Don't give them advice. Listen. And you bringing to the table the tools you have and the training you have, and your goal as a therapist is to listen to them, help figure out how to teach them to use the tools that you have to apply to their problem. And that's sort of the approach I take when in doing community-based work. It's not that I think I know the solution to your problem. It's help me, let me tell you all the tools that I have. Help me listen to the problems that you have, and let's work together to figure out how I can use what I have, whether it's some money from the NIH I can pump into your community, research models, intervention techniques, assessment tools, what it is that I can bring to the table to help solve that problem. And that's that idea of humility, is something it's just critically important.
Okay, yeah, that's really good answer. I think, one of the issues that relates to the funding agency, and I work with one, is when the community has a more of a different issue than your research program, right? And so they're looking for jobs or safety, and you have to be able to pivot and find a way to get those resources to families and communities. So, okay, we have time for one more question. I'll take it over here in the corner.
Hello, everybody. How y'all doing? My name is Michael Tabman. I'm representing the Good Life with UC Davis in the city of Oakland. I got a question for everybody in the room. Now, we talking about this, right? So if I came to you right now with would you hire me looking like this? Would you hire me? That's the question. So the answer is you got to get more people that look like me without being prejudiced, without being biased, and without being judgmental, because we are smart no matter how we look. So if you can't figure that out, then that's going to be the problem. So you got to get people in the community that look like me, that act like me, that talk like me. See, I got on gold chains, I got on the ring, but I am me. I went to school, I went to college, I graduated, I got education, I played sports. So I never been to jail. So all the things that they say about us Black men, you can't put me in that category. So get to know us before you start judging us. And that's all I have to say.
All right. Oh, okay. So I think we'll end on that on that word and that truth, right? And so we'll thank Dr. Monica Rivera-Mindt, Dr. Byrd, and Dr. Grandner for a great discussion. And we'll move to the next session.
Let's give this panel another hand. Excellent. To have a conversation with four superstars talking about innovation, talking about HBCUs, that is so refreshing. And that doesn't happen at a lot of academic scientific conferences. So as you all know, we've talked about it, the importance of people working behind the scenes to make things happen like this. Arizona State University is a special university. So I have the pleasure to introduce the Dean, Dean Battino Batts. And I just want to mention a bit about him, and then we'll pass the mic to Dean Batts so he can share. He is the Dean. He's a professor and an award-winning journalist and educator with deep experience in philanthropy and nonprofit administration. He recently served as Director of Journalism Strategies for the Scripps Howard Foundation in Cincinnati. He holds a doctorate in higher education management from Hampton, HBCU, a bachelor's degree in mass communication from VCU, Virginia Commonwealth University. Let's welcome Dean Batts.
It's a pleasure to be here today, and really I'm excited, number one, that ASU, our institution, would host an event such as this and take an active role in not only talking about problems, but how we bring people together around solutions. So what I want to talk about today is the role that journalism and communications plays in helping to address healthcare disparities, and how we as a discipline, and the discipline that I lead here at the university, the role that we play in this. But before I get to that, I want to talk about a personal story and that really drives me and is really a big part of my why and why I come at this with such passion and why I care about this so very much. So bear with me as I take you on the journey of my family. So today is February the 8th. And February really is a tough month for our family. February the 8th, 1987, my paternal grandfather died of colon cancer. And he had suffered through a long bout with this and declined, and finally passed away during my freshman year in college. My paternal grandparents lived next door to us. And so me being the oldest grandchild, and our birthdays were one day apart, so I had a very close relationship with my grandfather. And so watching him slowly decline in that way really took a toll on me at that time in my life. I was 18 when my grandfather passed. And then 1 year to the day later, my grandmother, my grandfather's wife, died unexpectedly of a heart attack. So on consecutive February 8th, we lost our grandparents. But also what we really failed to realize, us being children, because I'm the oldest of three boys, was the impact that this had on my father. My father was an only child. We lived next door to the home that my father grew up in. So he had a very close relationship with his parents. And watching his father pass away really took a toll on him. And then losing his mother unexpectedly took a toll on him. It really sent our family into somewhat of a spiral, because the very next year in 1989, my parents divorced. So my dad, in 3 consecutive years, really experienced great loss. The loss of his father, his mother, and then divorcing from my mom, who had been his high school sweetheart. We as kids really didn't, again, grasp the impact that this was having on our dad. But what we watched happen and take place over the course of the next 20 years or so, really 25 years, was just a slow decline and regression into himself from a mental health perspective. My father had been a very, very proud man. He had been a university administrator. But it wasn't too long after that that my father actually lost his job at the university because they were laying off positions. And he found another job, and he worked in social services, but he really wasn't quite the same after that. And we couldn't figure out what was going on with Dad, and we really hadn't put it all together until once he just admitted to us that he was just extremely depressed. And so as young men, we really didn't know what to offer him in terms of support. And he really didn't have an advocate who could step forward and say, well, let's get you some help, and someone who could actually be there to give him what he needed and be again, that advocate. I am ashamed to admit, as a son, that if there was a point of frustration for the 3 of us. It's like, why can't Dad seem to get it together? Why can't he seem to get out of his way? Why does he seem to be sad? Why does he seem to be regressing in this regard? And I think that my father is a prime example of what I think that we're getting at here fundamentally, which is that these disparities in part exist because there is a misnomer about, African-American men being strong and being able to adjust and take everything that comes at them in life and not seeking any resources and help for it. And so one of us did mention to my dad at once, said, hey, well, maybe you should seek counseling or therapy or some help. And he says, well, that's not for me. Where would I go when I can't afford to do that? All I can do is really just pray and hope for a better day and for things to get better. But they never did. My father's health eventually began to decline, and then he himself was diagnosed with lung cancer about 7 years ago. My father died of lung cancer on February the 4th, 2018. We believe that it was really part of his wish to be with his parents, that he never really got over the loss of his parents, and that he actually died 4 days almost to the date from their death was really, weird in sort of a way, but it was almost like that's what he sort of wanted. So what does that mean for me? For me, as an educator and as a communicator, it's something that's very, very important to me is how can we utilize the tools of communication to help to spread awareness and understanding of the importance of confronting our issues as it relates to brain health, especially in the African-American community, and confronting these disparities. At the Cronkite School, we are engaged in a project with the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation to address healthcare disparities. And so I'm proud of the work that's been renewed. That project's been renewed now for another year. And so we're looking to develop communication strategies and programs to, again, help to take the results of research and to make it usable by the community. And then also, how do we bring more people around the topic of the importance of eliminating healthcare disparities? As a journalist, I'm very interested in this as well. And I'm very interested in it as an educator. And what I like to say is that there's fantastic research that's going on a lot of different topics that can have tremendous impact on our communities. But if we don't communicate the importance of this research, if we don't make this research accessible to people in a way that they can understand, then that's where we fail. If we don't collaborate with media, if we don't collaborate with journalists, if we don't collaborate with communicators to effectively, again, communicate the importance of this research, to effectively communicate that there are resources to help people like my father, then I think not only do I think, I know we fail in our mission. And so what I'm asking for today is that when we think about, when we talk about solutions, and we talk about the research that we're conducting and our findings, that we do not forget the very, very important role that communications and relationships play into this, and to effectively be able to connect to people. Lastly, do not underestimate the value of people in communities to build trust amongst people who we're trying to communicate with. I participated in a project some years ago in Portsmouth, Virginia, that was actually funded by Walmart, that looked to get more women of color to get mammograms. And the way we addressed this was by getting people in the community, women who had actually experienced breast cancer, to be a part of our public information campaign, to go out into beauty salons, into churches, to wherever people were, to help to build connections. Because Portsmouth, Virginia at that particular time had the highest rate of breast cancer in the state of Virginia. I'm pleased to say that in part because of the work that we did in that communications campaign, we were able to begin to reverse that trend. So as we think about it, when we think about communication strategies, we don't always have to think about the big things that we see on TV or social media or in the news, but how can we connect to people who have what we would call social capital, who have trust in communities, the ability to connect with people and to get people to follow them. And so I'm here to say that I want to work along with you all in any way possible. Our school wants to work along with you. Our university wants to work along with you. It's my pleasure to be able to be here today just to spend a few minutes with you. So thank you very much.
That was incredible. One more time for Dean Batts. Wow.
So, Monica, it's one of my favorite times of the day. It's time to eat, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Food is love.
Food is love. So for our online virtual community, we have a wonderful video that you can watch. It is Sports Spotlight Series last year. Please stay engaged, eat lunch at your desk if possible. Other than that, we're hopeful because we have a very engaged group here, but our goal is to come back and continue the conference at 1:30 Mountain Standard Time. For everyone here, we just have a few announcements. Lunch. We have a large group here, and so we're going to try to navigate the traffic. So we're asking you to exit out for lunch through those doors, your far left, and then you'll go out, grab your lunch, and come back in through the center door. Okay, so that's the way we're going to kind of navigate traffic. Other than that, you've got an announcement?
I did. I would like everybody to take out their phone, show me their phones. If you have a phone. All right, on your phone, if you haven't downloaded the Hoover app yet, please download it. And there is a little button right now. If you hit the agenda button at the bottom, it's the second one over. I should have brought my phone to show you, but who's going to see? Well, I couldn't see from this far anyway. But there's a little button that talks about the agenda. And at the lunch part of the agenda, it says, there's a little box that says, find a lunch mate. So if you're wondering who you could have lunch with today, certainly you could stay at your table, you could find fellowship, or you could do an lunch mate, get together. And we just hope that you get to socialize in fellowship. As Dr. Glover told us, we need to be connected. So this is a great time also to connect, eat, enjoy each other. And if you, and again, because we're talking about brain health, maybe take a little stroll and see this beautiful ASU campus that our wonderful hosts have made open to us as well. But come back right on time so we can get the schedule started, right? At what time?
1:30, that is the goal. Make a new friend. Take advantage of this opportunity. Enjoy lunch.
Thank you all. Enjoy.
I'd like to welcome everyone back. For those of you watching online, we're excited about the second part of day one, the Black Men's Brain Health Conference. If you are interested in continuing education, there's detailed information on the WUVA app on continuing education. Also want to remind everyone, WUVA app. That is where a lot of the information that would normally be on a piece of paper, as in another lost tree. And we're trying to use technology and this digital space for that. Also, if you haven't visited our amazing sponsors over here on the right side, please stop by, please introduce yourself. They are a part of the community and a very important part of the community. At this time, I'd like to introduce Matt McLeod, who represents Alzheimer's Association, who will say a word before we begin the panel. Let's welcome Matt.
Thank you, Doctor. I appreciate it. Like the doctor said, my name is Matt McLeod. I'm an attorney at OC and Harrison, where I practice catastrophic personal injury. I've been fortunate enough to be a board member at the Alzheimer's Association Desert Southwest chapter for about 6 years now, the last year and a half serving as chairman. Alzheimer's is a disease that's personal to me and to my family. My father, John McLeod, passed away from the disease in 2019. He was a professional basketball coach for the Phoenix Suns, for the Dallas Mavericks, for the New York Knicks, and eventually Notre Dame Fighting Irish. And he spent his entire life dedicating himself to fitness. He was the most energetic and fit person I knew. And to see him when he is 71 years old slowly show signs of Alzheimer's was heartbreaking. And it was really ironic that he was so physically fit and in such great shape, because as many people call Alzheimer's and dementia the long good night, he certainly had that long good night. He battled the disease for 10 years, and he did everything he could to try to cut it off at the pass. But obviously at that time, the treatment modalities weren't in place. But no matter when a doctor came to the house, no matter when we took him to the doctor, his blood pressure was 120/80. He was still physically fit, but because Alzheimer's took hold of him, it was that long good night for 10 years, and we watched him obviously deteriorate. We were lucky enough, my mother and father had long-term care insurance. So we were one of the lucky families who had the ability to bring someone into the home when my mom, after trying for 4 to 5 years, couldn't be the caregiver, the primary caregiver anymore. We had someone come into the house. A lot of families don't have that ability. A lot of families don't have those means. And so we were very fortunate in that respect. But I knew that when my father got sick and ultimately when he passed away, I needed to give back. I needed to get involved because I didn't want anyone else to obviously go through that, to see father, mother, brother, friend go through that. I wanted to get involved. And looking back, I regret how I acted. Sometimes when you're dealing with a loved one who has Alzheimer's, I always say now that, every action, every feeling you have is normal because you're dealing with the abnormal. For a long period of time, I didn't want to deal with it. I didn't want to face it. I didn't want to see my dad, who was also my hero, like that. And so I tried to close it off and to suppress it. Certain times I was able to be the bigger person and to get involved and to see him and to be around him as much as I should have. But every reaction is normal because this is such an abnormal disease, both Alzheimer's and dementia. What we're going to do now is introduce you all to a world-class panel that we have that's going to address the issues in the African-American community as it relates to Alzheimer's and dementia here in Arizona. And we're going to talk about it from an institutional standpoint. We're going to talk about it from a grassroots standpoint. So the moderator of the panel is going to be Browne, who is the president of Cognitive Care Management and serves on the Alzheimer's Association regional leadership team. So we have Brian. Next, we have Anthony Gathers, who is the owner of AG's Hair Care. We have Kinsey McManus, who is the director of programs at the Alzheimer's Association Desert Southwest chapter. And we have Marion Kelly, the director of Office of Community Affairs at the Mayo Clinic. Brian?
You're Matt. Thank you, Matt. We are here in Arizona, which is ground zero for a lot of things. Maricopa County, the largest county in the United States, and booming in terms of people age 65 and over. And that has diversity within diversity as people move from other states in the union, all congregating here in Arizona and bringing us the things that they had. Some of the Midwest traditions, some of the East Coast culture and California style, all coming to Arizona and culminating on an aging population. And we see the diversity in Arizona slowly growing. We're seeing a larger amount of Blacks coming into the state. We have a robust Hispanic community, and we aren't doing the best job in addressing all of what we see transpiring this state in ground zero. We have some of the fastest growing cities in the country here. And so we are right now at the epicenter of all these diseases of aging. And how are we looking at that from a macro standpoint and a micro standpoint? How are we looking at this at a grassroots level, from an institutional level, from a service organization level? So we're going to talk about that a little. And for me, as a cognitive scientist and neuronutritionist and educator, working with all of these folks for years, I want to first ask Anthony a question. Anthony is an entrepreneur in town with a very popular barbershop. And he is tantamount to a priest, where people confess all of their sins to him, and whether they like it or not. So he has his ear on the ground and knows everything. And so, Anthony, so what are some things that you've been surprised that you've heard at that grassroots level from people regarding their health or their brain health, or just myths and misconceptions?
Well, first of all, there's a lot of mistrust with physicians, and a lot of fear, and even going in to see a physician. And I hear about them having a hard time to see specialists. And they say, well, they're running me in and out really quick. I don't know. I don't understand. So a lot of people don't understand. They have fear and they don't have trust. I hear young men still talking about the Tuskegee experiment. So they're not going to do this and they're not going to do that. And so some of those things, those are some of the things that I hear on ground zero.
So I'm going to turn over to Marion to sort of bring us up to speed with a large health system. We heard Anthony say that they don't kind of know where to start, and they're getting run in and run out and so on and so forth. From a large health system perspective, what's being done to sort of counterbalance what some of the things that Anthony has heard?
Let me first say that we only have a short time here, so we're going to get to third base today on the first date because we don't have time to warm up. But I would tell you that it is the responsibility of all the community, the providers and the community itself, to bring the healthcare outcome gaps closer together, no matter the disease. Black people, brown people, and yellow people are dying more than twice as much from the same disease. And if we don't do something about it as healthcare organizations, if the community doesn't do something about it and quit ignoring what is going on with their health, we're not going to get better. Mayo Clinic has committed $100 million to erasing systemic racism within our system over a 10-year period. I said $100 million. And that is both to help our clinicians understand who we're seeing, that who grace our doorstep every day. So we're culturally competent. We're linguistically competent with what they're saying to us and what they're not saying, understanding their body language and understanding how to maneuver around the things that they don't want to talk about. Because there are things that I have a large family, and there are things that we don't talk about in my family. We have to talk about them, and we have to prepare the clinician to communicate more effectively so that both the patient and the caregiver have the desired outcomes that they're looking for. And so that's just one example that needs to occur with all kinds of clinicians, because if we don't understand the patients that we're seeing, we won't treat them well.
They're not going to get served well. And so it's a great entry point looking at the clinicians aspect. And there's community organizations like the Alzheimer's Association that come into play that I know Anthony himself has mentioned to his constituents as well. So what is the Alzheimer's Association doing on a level to sort of start the process, specifically when it comes to cognitive decline?
Yeah, thanks, Brian. I think the association plays this unique role in helping educate the community what the disease even is, right? So I think, one, we have a lot of stigma around this disease, these sets of diseases with dementia. It is so natural to hope against hope that what you're seeing in a loved one isn't this, right? That's normal. But if you're not armed with what those symptoms could look like, the language you might need to use when you talk to the provider to make sure that they're hearing that this is something, that's kind of where the association sits in its role in the community. But the reality is that, I'm sitting here as the overseer of services across a very diverse state, right? We also have the largest reservation in the country right here at home in Arizona. One thing I do as a community-based organization is always thinking in my hiring practices, do my people reflect the diversity of this organization? And if we're not reflecting the diversity of this organization, then I either, one, need to adjust some of my hiring practices, but being a small nonprofit, that's not always a possibility. We've got a team of 20, it's a diverse state. So I need help, right? And so something that we've put together is an African American and Black Advisory Council. Brian is one of the members of that council. And the explicit purpose of this group is to really help guide us as an organization. A lot of our services were created by white, non-Hispanic, highly educated, suburban people. So how do you serve a sprawling city like Phoenix with great diversity? How do we intentionally serve the Black community in a way that makes sense? How do we make sure that when we're coming to the community, we're opening the door in a way that starts the conversation? And it is always about partnerships, right? For the community, by the community. I'm a social worker by training, so I've got a lot of one-liners around this, so bear with me today. But one of the most important things that I say to my team always, and the way that the association looks at this, is anything we do that's for the community has to be by the community. All of our services, by and large, are facilitated by local community volunteers, people who are a part of their community, and having flexibility in what that looks like so that the community can make it what it needs to be to meet the needs that the community has.
Excellent. There's two problems identified as my work transpired over the years. First problem is the fact that there are a number of folks from minority communities who are hourly workers. And if you understand the hourly worker phenomena, meaning that you don't get paid unless you show up for the hours that you're at work, when our regular physician appointments available during regular working hours. If they took off work to go to said appointment, they're not getting paid. And so addressing some of their health issues could come at the peril of not making rent, not being able to pay for certain things. And our system hasn't accommodated for the non-traditional hours that need to be espoused for people to be able to engage the system. So looking at non-traditional means and methods, I'm going to start with you, Anthony, again. What are some non-traditional ways that your spot, the barbershop, could be used outside specific hours that may be able to help with that problem?
I think we can definitely have some pop-up shops come and educate and advocate for people who don't know or have a lot of questions. Also, not just stop at the barbershop. We can also go to the church, because if you don't catch them in the barbershop, you'll probably catch them at church.
Okay. So really embed within some community organizations in a non-traditional way. Marion.
You know, I'm glad you said the church. The Sunday is still the most segregated day of the week, no matter what city you live in. And so you have to go to a platform in which you're trying to reach the population that you're trying to reach. The other thing is that people can't always get to you, so get to them. I see my friend, Dr. Angela Allen sitting back here, and she runs a not-for-profit for a not-for-profit I founded in West Phoenix, the Coalition of Blacks Against Cancer, in her church, part of her health ministry. And so those are the kinds of things that we have to do to make things accessible. We have cancer patients at Mayo Clinic. They work 8 to 5 jobs. If they don't go to work, they don't get paid. We have Saturday and Sunday hours that they can come and get radiation and chemotherapy. And so we'll work with their schedule to make sure that it meets their need. But that doesn't happen everywhere. It has to happen and bring more accessibility to the patients when they need them.
Absolutely. And Alzheimer's Association.
Yeah, and I also think one thing I always say is Alzheimer's and dementia is not a Monday through Friday 9 to 5 situation. It's just not. So we can't be either. We have to be available 24/7 for our caregivers. Maybe they're working full time. They come home, they're caring for their loved one with this disease. The only time they're going to have 5 minutes to talk to someone for help is at 10 o'clock at night when their loved one went to bed and they've got all the kids in bed. So it's really about thinking, you know, moving around. What are the realities of the people we serve, and knowing that Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, it's just not feasible, especially if we're there as a safety net for caregivers who need to call someone just to say, I'm having a bad day, right? That can't wait till Tuesday morning at 9 a.m. And so we need to make sure that we're not forcing people to wait until then to get the help they need.
And we can definitely build that trust, but they gotta see you and consistently come through. But if I okay it, and I'm not saying I'm all that or anything, but if I okay it, they trust me. Right. And so if they trust me, I say, come on, man, come on down here. You need it. You're gonna be better for this. They're more apt to come down and
allyship.
Yeah. And that's part of the bigger picture. I think a lot of the models that are used is we have gone after some elderly or senior minority patients who may not have the skills to navigate the system. And Anthony has borne witness to that, and Kinsey as well. Adult children or people of trust. And a lot of organizations, we need to look at, again, adult children who can interpret a lot of things and create those windows of opportunity. And then looking at the education piece. So going back to Kinsey here, you know, education is a huge part of things. And a lot of us spend a lot of our time out there on the trails, educating and partnering with people as well. So in terms of education, and specifically looking at men and how they receive information, give me some specifics of what's going on.
Yeah, I think there's a few things when you're thinking about educating a community, one of which is, and I think we've hinted at the concept of trust. We haven't maybe directly addressed it yet, which is part of what my role is as an overseer of services is strategic partnerships. So the reality is that we don't always at the association, although we like to think of us as experts, I'm not an expert in every community's experience with Alzheimer's. And so I don't carry a cachet in a lot of communities that we start in, and that's fine. We don't have to, and I think the humility, you've heard that theme come across in multiple of the sessions today. That humility has to be there, that yes, I have specialized knowledge for families when it comes to Alzheimer's and dementia, but I don't have specialized knowledge for your community. And it is community to community. So something that we do when we're looking to serve a new community, how many times can I say community in one sentence? Here we go. Is who are the natural leaders? Where do people go? Who do Black men trust to get information? Anthony is one of those men. So thinking about churches. So who should I be working with for a natural leader in the community to start building a partnership and a relationship? Who's also going to help guide me to make sure that I don't make some big missteps because I have blind spots in the culture, right? Because that's going to happen. I'm going to have blind spots. I'm going to put my foot in it. And how I respond and handle that is just as important. But alliances and building relationships and being there for the long haul. The great thing about being a community-based organization is that, yes, we definitely depend on grant funding, but my projects are not grant funded, which means I can make a 5-year commitment to a community knowing it could take 3 years to do my first service. And that's okay. And coming in knowing that does also change the dynamic because we're clearly investing in a long-term relationship.
So you hit on something that's real important, and this is where minority communities have typically been taken advantage of in a transactional way. Meaning someone gets $1,000 for funding and they hit a community with some type of, a health fair, and you don't see them again. There is no longitudinal investment in minority communities, and that leads to this suspiciousness. You're after something. And this transactional nature has not served anyone well. So our efforts have to be longitudinal in nature. They really have to be planned well and longitudinal in nature. And for us to be able to look at all of the evaluation of, are we truly making an impact? Are we just spending money? At the end of the day, we have to be accountable, but also serve the people in a way that's respectful. And so a non-transactional way of looking at providing services is everything that we need. Anthony has mentioned that one of the things that he's making a priority is he wants to get educated. He wants to know as much as he can, because he then becomes the mouthpiece and the repository of information. That power, knowledge is power for the people that he touches. And so that's a challenge for all of us. We all need to take the time to learn more. And each one of us has a sphere of influence. And so the more you know, you have a sphere of influence, you can speak to that knowledge that you have. But secondly, look at the partnerships, who you can then refer them to that you can trust. And so Marion mentioned that the network of physicians getting educated, and so they can speak the language and therefore educate their colleagues and so on and so forth.
I think it's important that as much as we can, that there's racial concordance with the patient and the caregiver. Now, and I know that we don't have as many African descent physicians out there. So we have to train those that are not to speak the language, or at least to understand it. And as I think about where we are in America, I realize we're at ASU in this academic institution, but let me drop a little knowledge on you. This phase that we're in right now, what the pandemic unveiled, what George Floyd's killing did in America, this season is ending. It's not getting hotter, it's getting cold. And so the impetus you see around minority health outcomes, we need to seize the day, because these atrocities of the past are soon forgotten. So these grants that are available to institutions, it's driving their decision to reach out to minority populations. It's not that, it's a good thing to do, it's the best thing to do, it's great for our business. No, the funders are holding money up if you don't have minorities in clinical trials. The funders are holding money up if you are not participating in investing into minority communities. The funders are holding the money up. If your staff are not diverse, take advantage of the season we're in, because the cloud's going to move and you better be ready for the movement.
Yeah. And there's such truth to that. And so in terms of looking at the organizations that you can partner with to be able to be on the move, because you need to be nimble and adaptable to be able to do the work. So partnering, we have right now ASU Center for Innovation, Healthy, Resilient Aging over there, Dr. David Kuhn, wave, and Deanna Byrd. Dr. Deanna Byrd, you can wave. Those folks are doing some outstanding research in terms of looking at minority communities and trying to really move the needle in understanding and then transferring that into knowledge and clinical research. Also, I partner with Care Access, which is one of the first decentralized clinical trial companies in the country. They're coming to you. So it's a mobile aspect of being able to do clinical trials in the barbershop, doing clinical trials, wherever it's needed. And it's a novel way at looking at it. And it's really looking at diverse populations. And so I have Vicky and Judy right here, you can wave here, and they represent that aspect as well, and looking at really looking at the diversity in clinical trials on a mobile basis. Now, men and women are different, in case we didn't know that. Men or women are different. And oftentimes, healthcare, women are the drivers of healthcare. You'll see advertising, even the layout of places are really with women in mind. We're talking about Black men today, and Black men operate a little differently. Sometimes a little hard-headed, a little machismo, a little barbaric in terms of getting messages to us. And Anthony will tell you he will give messages 10 and 20 times before they will finally listen to him. And so let's talk about the ways that that men specifically receive messages and what we can tailor so that we can have equity even within the genders in terms of determining brain health and cognitive health and health in general. Marion.
Well, I think I'm an expert at this. I have 7 brothers. And as I think about communication with each of them, it's uniquely different than communication with my Caucasian friends. And there are things that I have to say to them to get their attention that won't be said to them by anyone else. And so the communication that occurs within Black populations is extremely important to understand. Furthermore, it's extremely important that you've heard of the Black tax. Black people have to reach back and bring others with them. We have to work twice as hard to get half as much. All of those things are true, but there's a Black male tax in that we have to make sure that we're leading our households. We have to make sure that the children are fed, that they're participating in extracurricular activities, that we're doing all this stuff because we are the ones that are being viewed and judged by society. And if we don't keep the race, the family, the community going, it's going to fall apart. And we carry that every day. That's the Black male tax. There's Black tax, but the Black male tax is significantly different. And so just understanding that and understand how to maneuver in and out of it and through it and around it is extremely important for everyone within the healthcare milieu if we're going to change the healthcare outcomes of minority individuals, specifically Black communities.
So I was just thinking, I had a customer who his hair changed, and I was like, "Hey man, what's going on with you? Your hair is changing. It's a little finer. It's a little thinner. And are you on medication?" And he got quiet, and he said he got quiet. He didn't say anything the rest of the time, and he got up and paid for his cut and said he'd see me soon. But he didn't come back for a while. because he thought somebody told me that he had an issue, a health issue. No one told me anything. I can, I'm close to people. I can smell you. I can see how your hair is. Then I'll ask how you doing. I'm like, you ain't, hey, everybody's different. So I had to do a different approach with some people. I can say, hey man, you need some help right now. I got you though. The other guy that left, I didn't even know he was sick. And, I just knew he had medication, been taking some medication. And some people really get sensitive about their health. So we have to come at people in different ways. So you got to know your people. You got to know who your audience is. So, I had a skill over the years to be able to do that. So one guy said, hey, if you don't get over here, that's on you, put it back on them. But I know we can do some work together. I know it's needed. And I think you would be kind of surprised on how many people will really show up.
Brian, you mentioned something earlier about clinical trials.
Yes.
And there was something that I wanted to say about clinical trials, and that is we can't keep talking about Tuskegee. We need to get over Tuskegee because there's no way in the world that could happen again. There are too many oversights in research, in science and healthcare for that to ever happen again. Furthermore, minority people are a part of clinical research now. And I would almost venture to say they're not going to allow something to happen to a community in which they come from that could have happened 50 years ago. So if we don't participate in clinical trials, we won't know how drugs affect us and impact us. We won't even know how things that are not so invasive affect us, even how we think. So every clinical trial is not invasive. There are non-invasive clinical trials. We need to participate in them so that our children's children benefit from it. If we don't participate now, they won't benefit later.
And the Tuskegee, that's the number one. That's the number one. Tuskegee experiment. Tuskegee, that's number one on the list. That's what you're going to hear first in the barbershop. No trust. Oh, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not taking a vaccination. Tuskegee. And I argue it all day long, but, I get to some and some I don't.
And so this leads us to talking about support. One of the aspects of anyone going through a process, a disease or a family going together through some stuff. Dr. Batts talked about his family history of death around this time of year, which was very impactful, and understanding the need for support, because without support, we don't have the opportunity to be able to get past something and get through something. We think that we're isolated. We think that we're alone. And without that support, we find ourselves in a very lonely, vulnerable position. Anthony talked about some of his clients who have a disease that didn't seek support, and you just see them withering away. Support is a real thing. And I know in a lot of our cultures, we have a culture of resilience. Let's call it what it is. We've been through a lot and we're resilient. But resilience still needs support. You still need a team, a body around you, someone to tell you it's going to be okay, someone to tell you or guide you through what they've been through before. And oftentimes we suffer in silence without any support. And that suffering in silence takes a toll on us. So our job is to, one, provide support. I'm going to talk about what that looks like, but also to be able to seek support, to be able to go out there and actively look for support, and specifically men who may think it's a weak look to actually get support, to get someone to talk to, someone who's been through a situation. It's not a weak look, but oftentimes culturally you can wear that and say, oh man, I'm just gonna shoulder through this. I'm all right. I'm okay, without seeking the support. So institutionally, community and community-based, what does support look like that we can offer that can make those monumental shifts in the way that we go through the continuum of health and illness?
I think it's important that we're part of the community. And so for the last 15 years, Mayo Clinic has tried to be part of the communities. It's not helicopter research, it's not helicopter stopping in and flying out when you're done. We hope that we become part of the fiber, part of a thread in the material, so that we're not just showing up on election time. We're there on a regular basis. We're here for the long haul. We're going to be good neighbors, good partners, good community stewards. And it takes that kind of effort. And this racial concordance, having the person look like the community and they're trying to serve, we have to do a better job of hiring people who look like the communities we're trying to assist and penetrate.
So part of the reason I ended up at the Alzheimer's Association and this topic of support is so important to me. My grandmother passed away from Alzheimer's, but we didn't know anything was going on until very late in the disease. And it was because my grandfather and my grandmother made a pact that they would not tell anyone that my grandmother was struggling. And it wasn't until they came for a family gathering and she had been trapped in my mom's bathroom for a half hour. Tiny room. But when you learn about Alzheimer's, you learn we set her up for failure to get out of that room because the towel racks were on the back of the door, just like the towel racks were around the walls. And so for someone with Alzheimer's, it looked the same. So I had noticed she was missing, and the sound of her voice when I knocked on the door was sheer panic. And she came out, and finally my mom called my grandfather afterwards, and he said, "She doesn't sleep at night. She's trying to leave at night. I don't sleep anymore because she's been wandering." And my grandmother ended up getting properly diagnosed within a couple of months. She went right into an assisted living facility. She passed away a month after that, and my grandfather passed away a month after that. Because the caregiving demands of these diseases are so profound and prolific. And if you don't know what you're dealing with, there's no preparation for it. I'm not saying that by knowing what you're dealing with is going to make this a lot easier, but it means that you get a community around you, that you can actually get support. And so that's why I work for the Alzheimer's Association, because I never want another family to go through what my family went through. I don't want someone to lose their grandmother and a month later lose their grandfather because of this disease. It killed both of them. So, I think some of the things that we talk about with this disease and how we support people is helping us talk about it. Right? Having people who are trusted in the community talk really openly about it, to take the shame out of this, to take it out of the shadows, to take it out of grandma getting locked in a bathroom that doesn't have a lock on it, to, creating support systems. And the other thing from a support side as an organization is support can look and should look really different person to person. Some people love support groups. Not everyone does. It took me a long time to go to a support group, and I'm so glad that I did, but I've been running services for over a decade, and it took me 5 years to even go to my first support group. But I believe in them, right? I talk to people, I tell them to go to them, never went to one. And then when I was like, oh my gosh, this is world changing. But the culture I come from, we don't talk about our family stuff to anyone else. We're Irish Catholics. We don't even talk to each other about it. Clearly, we don't even talk to each other about it. So to put things like support groups in a community and just hope it'll happen isn't how you do things. It's what would people do? What activities can you build things around? How can you set it up so that it's something that's attractive and intriguing to the community that also happens to have support in it, right? I think there was a question that came around earlier today about, do we go up front and say depression, dementia, or do we try a backdoor approach? And sometimes you have to try the backdoor approach. Eventually you can get to say the word dementia, but it might take you a long time to get there. And the bottom line is you just need to get the community together and get something started. Some communities are going to say, yeah, I love the idea of a support group. We'll be there. Everyone's going to show up and it's going to be great. Lots of communities, that's not the case. So what do we call it? What do we do? Is it a book club? Do we do some kind of cooking thing together? Do we make it activity oriented? But that's about listening to the community, hearing from the community, and collaboratively problem solving, if you will, how you can create support systems that will be utilized and beneficial.
Can you envision a day, Anthony, that a support group may be in your barbershop?
Yeah, I can picture that. I can see it. We just got to be consistent. We got to do it. We can't always just be there for the photo op for Facebook, because people will pick up on that and they're not coming. They're like, nah, man, they just trying to get their picture taken. Now we can't do that. You know, we can, with the support group, we can try to help people that's dealing with dementia and Alzheimer's. Like I had a customer said, we got to take the shoes away because they're going to run outside. Dad's going to run outside and we can't catch him. And dad is fast and dad is strong. And you're trying to do all this at home because they don't have the insurance to cover anything else. So these are issues that need to be talked about, need to have a conversation, because she couldn't take care of dad.
Absolutely. This leads to really modernizing a little bit of the conversation. We live in a very technically savvy world. How are we using technology to really bridge and reach a broad, diverse audience? Again, Black males and Black families. How are we leveraging technology, social media, all of those things in a way that we can truly amplify messages? We know that people are addicted to their screens. We know that technology has wonderful capabilities. What are we doing in that space to really amplify messages and to be able to connect with more people using technology?
Well, I would say that we learned quite a bit from the pandemic. For almost 3 years now, we've not been able to see patients face to face. And so we had to shift immediately, and we went to telemedicine. And so it doesn't mean that you have to be in our office to see you. We can have a video conference physician's visit. And it's the same communication, particularly for a primary care appointment. When it comes to specialty care, we have telemedicine with a caregiver on the other end, where that person's coming from, because all of our patients are not local. And so instead of flying here or driving here, go to your local provider and we will connect with you in their office so that you have a clinician to communicate with you right in the room what I'm saying to you as your specialty care physician. So that's taught us tremendously that we can be anywhere, everywhere.
As I looked at some of the means and methods, believe it or not, TikTok is one of the most successful methods of educating America. And a lot of providers and clinicians have no idea what a TikTok is or even how to navigate that. And so we're missing opportunities based on where we are in technology. And so how do we get beyond the traditional means of technology and really delve into where grandkids and adult children are engaging with the technology of the day to learn more information and to gain that trust with faces that look like theirs on there? Are we in our institutions or wherever we are employing people that look like us to send messages on TikTok? Are we doing that? And if we're not, we're missing a tremendous opportunity to impact the culture on really what's happening. And I know it makes people uncomfortable because it's not the way you receive information. Well, if we did everything the way that we received information, we'd only reach people like us. So we really have to look and have a really nuanced, diverse conversation about there is not just one way to get information out or to receive information back. What if doctors were Snapchatting with their patients? Wouldn't that be something, right? Or, or Anthony at his barbershop, they were doing the latest barbershop challenge that was some health related thing. It's one of those things that can really advance and amplify what we're talking about. But we need some creative, pioneering people to do things differently. And technology is one of those spaces. Kinsey, you can comment on.
Yeah, I think the other thing we haven't talked totally about is this intergenerational approach, right? And the reality is that particularly Alzheimer's and dementia impacts a whole family across generations. And so thinking about who is going to be your advocates, I will say, sidebar, women make most of the health decisions in the household, right? They're the ones that make people they schedule the doctor's appointments, they make you go to the doctor's appointments, they run the household around medical care. But are we reaching the sandwich generation? Are we looking at the grandkids? We struggled with our own ageism as an organization at the association because up until the pandemic, we didn't do anything virtually. Suddenly it went from every single service we ever provided at the Alzheimer's Association being in person to online because, well, we serve older adults, right? Age is the #1 risk factor, 65 plus. They don't know how to use the phone. They don't know how to use the computer. They're never going to connect virtually. We were proven wrong very significantly over the pandemic. The one challenge we had is that the grandkids weren't always home, were kept away safety wise, right, from their grandparents. So we missed some great help in the learning curve of utilizing technology, but we don't have that problem anymore. And Brian has a great point of grandkids, the younger generations are already talking about health in a much less stigmatized way, especially brain health. When you talk about mental illness, dementia, they're just light years ahead of the rest of our older generations. And so they're a great connector because they're the ones watching their grandparents. They're the ones that are going to say, Mom, I think there's something going on. I was the one in my family, the youngest generation, that was like, well, there's something wrong with grandma. I didn't know about Alzheimer's at the time. I had no information. We also didn't have social media. I don't want to age myself too much, but this is, these are the avenues we have to capitalize in every way that we can. And these, brain health and brain disease is intergenerational. And we always need to be thinking intergenerationally when we're doing connections to care.
We have a few minutes to take a couple questions. If there are a few questions out there. Oh, we don't have. Okay. Dr. Turner just shut me down. Okay. All right. So those of you with your hands up, we will meet you afterwards and address those questions. We will address those questions at the end. So really, we're here at Ground Zero, all from different part and parcel of trying to attack this problem. We want to be creative. We want to think creatively, and we need your help in terms of helping us think creatively. So work with partners, and partners are going to be our key. Again, ASU Center with Dr. Kuhn, we have Care Access. We have a number of other partners in here that we can work together and really solve this problem, because unless we're actively doing what we can to work together, grassroots, major institutions to community organizations and the likes, this problem is going to be one that we continue to talk about in perpetuity. So let's work together, let's be creative, and let's not be afraid to try something new. Thank you.
All right, everyone. Thank you. Sorry to be the bearer of the bad news and cut you off, but we do have a schedule, and I have someone that I have to answer to. Dr. Deb Stroman said, stay on point, and that's what I do. Okay. And with that, I'm going to be real quick, and I'm going to introduce you to a dear friend of the conference, Dr. David Johnson, who is a full professor at UC Davis, and you're in for a great treat. So come on and do your thing.
Now, are there some slides up?
You have?
I can certainly wing this without any problems. Thank you for the conference organizers, Dr. Turner, Dr. Rivera-Mindt, and thanks to the conference organizers for having me and talking about a project that I love dearly. Has changed my career, hands down, absolutely 100%. And I want to say I'm the luckiest guy in the world. And in 2019, I thought, oh, what a marvelous world. I'm an interventionist by trade. I'm a clinical psychologist working in neurology and recently fully tenured, thank you. And to full professor. And I have for the last 15 years now worked on looking at exercise and its benefits for brain health, healthy brain aging. I'm a cognitive trained memory researcher. As boring as it sounds when I say it right now, it is. I wasn't an interventionist. I was trained as a clinical psychologist, and I understand people's behaviors and the damn fool things they do or don't do. And I have been just incredibly blessed for the confluence of several really great things. And in 2019, the state of California was very generous, gave me $5 million to look at exercise and diet's effect on Blacks and whites in Oakland and in Contra Costa County in California. So sort of the have and have nots. And we were taking all sorts of in-person, very intensive measurement of exercise, and we had Department of Parks and Rec, and this is where the engaged research over those, I got smarter over the years in which I was doing this, and I knew I had to get out into the communities, into the and partner with people like the Department of Parks and Rec, local churches, senior centers, and be out in the community as much as possible. But we had scheduled and hired staff, and I was very blessed to be working with Jeanette Merrick, was the first one on board. And COVID, we were supposed to start April 1st, 2020. And you might remember that life was changing for all of us in just a few weeks prior. So here we were ready to go, this big research machine on in-person intervention. What's it going to do for brain health? And of course, the world is upside down, and COVID really acted as the furnace or the galvanizing force for a team, a really fantastic team, to come together and be step up our game and really provide community services to reach out and address what I think is really a public health crisis that goes on. And I don't just think that, I think everybody can agree. Black men and women's health in America is driven by American racism and is unconscionable, has been always, and is perhaps at one of its worst points, crossroads in life. Because as a gerontologist, I know that we as a society, Black, white, Latino, are getting much older. And moreover, that as we get older, I like to say gerontology is the youngest science. We just haven't done our homework yet. We haven't been around as a science long enough. We haven't had old people in society living this long enough to develop the science. And so what does that really mean functionally? It means as we get older and we have chronic disease, we suffer. We don't know how to treat it. And so the intersectionality of this, of race and ageism and aging, is creating a world of potential suffering like we haven't seen before in America. And so what are we going to do? And what COVID did was galvanize my team and me somewhat begrudgingly, and Jeanette will tell you the story of dragging me along on different things, on different ideas. But we pivoted that gift that California had given us into an online exercise, diet, and mental health program called The Good Life. And it's really too bad because we've got these cool graphics and got lots of pictures of older adults exercising both at home and in the gyms. And then we got great pictures of Jeanette and Craig and Michael in action. And so we have Let's Get Cooking, Let's Get Moving, and peer-to-peer mindfulness mental health support. And then most recently, and why we were really invited here to talk, is Craig Cook Sullivan and Michael Tapman are now running the Brothers Building Brothers program. And that's made up of, and Harry Evans. I'm sorry, Harry's been an integral part from the beginning of Brothers Building Brothers, really. And these community engaged, dedicated citizens. Oh, hot diggity dog. Look at that. Is there a clicker? Okay. So I'm like halfway down this thing. So Making a Good Life, how Lifestyles Intervention Trial became a web-based preventive health program. And I was going to say I'm funded by the NIH and the California Department of Public Health. Let's see, which way do I point it to get it to work? There we go. There's our cool graphic. That's probably the most important thing you're going to see today. But I want to say that I am fortunate for California's money and their commitment, because they've now recognized that exercise program isn't the gold. They're sustaining the good life as it became because what we created. And I'm fortunate for that. I'm fortunate for my team, Michael Tapman, Jeanette Merrick, Craig Cook Sullivan, Harry Evans. These people care, and they've taught me how to love in a way that I just didn't know. And as an academician, remaining outside of the community like I had and thinking about issues that were interesting to me, maybe clever, maybe not, it doesn't address the crisis that's on our doorstep. It doesn't address really being community engaged. And that was the great enlightening moment that is the blessing that I received from the COVID pandemic. And it's through people that I learned these things. So I'll tell you just a second, about the good life. This is the splash page that we have on the good life. And you can see these tiles and they kind of organize the way we think about it. The first few are the important ones. We got exercise, nutrition, brain health, and spirit. Then we have a resource page. And the idea here is that we're attacking this problem with everything we got, everything we know, and some guesses, some things we know should work, but we don't really know if we have the evidence or not. Because I spent years coming around before being an exercise interventionist, doing neuroimaging and asking questions about language and what I thought were interesting, clever things. But slowly, I realized, these academic questions, they're not really making a difference to me. And I want to make a bigger impact. As I get older, now that I'm a full professor, I can do stuff that I couldn't do before. And so I want to be in the community and I want to make a difference. And I've moved from academic medicine into preventive medicine. And that's a big change. So here's our Let's Get Moving splash page. We got Moves and Grooves. We got Baila Conmigo. Mike runs a fitness class that's remarkably popular. And yes, everybody asked, the same question, do older adults really use the internet? And yes, they do. We get 60, 70 participants in a class. We have 14 classes that run a week. And let me tell you, they're full. They're full. So now to date, I was checking the numbers just last week. We have 550 some odd older adults enrolled this season. So we break these things down into seasons every 3 months. And we've now served over 2,000 older adults and this is really across the United States. It's not just in the Bay Area. California is helping out folks all over the country. Let's Get Cooking is hosted by Jeanette Merrick. And we built these studios for the exercise studio and the cooking studio, lights and internet. And slowly over time, we've really built this program. We know what kind of cameras to use and sort of how this is going to be broken down. The important thing in any one of these programs is the engagement with the audience. It's live and it's engaging. And we always keep at least 10 to half an hour, 10 minutes to half an hour for nothing but what we kindly call the town hall, but it's really kind of a bull session for people to talk, ask questions, get connected. And I'm coming to that in just a second, but let me have one punchline before, which is that Let's Get Cooking. One of the brilliant things that was super engaging is that we do it just before lunch. And so everybody stays online and eats what they've made together. How brilliant. I couldn't have thought of that. I couldn't. And again, things that I learn along the way from the people I work with. Jeanette was adamant. And this was one of the things I totally resisted. I was like, I don't know if I have the money to do this. And she's like, you got to buy the groceries for these people. And I'm like, I don't know if we can afford it, blah, blah, blah. And we did, and it's cheap. And we provide groceries for at least 25 people every week in Oakland. They come down and they pick it up. It's a tighter bond, but more in particular, more specifically, if I'm telling somebody who lives in a food desert to eat broccoli and they can't get Brussels sprouts at the corner store, then by God, I better damn well give them something to be able to enact the recommendations that I've given them. Okay. Something as simple as rubber bands and t-shirts, right? We're going to ask people to get online and exercise. They got to have the equipment to do this. They got to have some dumbbells or some rubber bands to do their stretching, maybe a yoga mat. We're providing that as much as we can. We give everybody t-shirts and mugs and gin up the excitement. This is a fun time. This is a big party. People are developing relationships online and meeting in public. So it's having these effects. And the next phases for, I don't even know where I am on my slides anymore. Peer-to-peer, I've told you that. I think I want to make sure there's brothers building brothers, that I stay on topic for why I'm invited here. Craig is a barber, right? We've heard the magic of the barber shop over and over again, but he has taken, and Harry too, and part of this, and Mike, they are running this group where you couldn't get but 3 or 4 guys together at the beginning. And everybody's like, we're going to keep going. It's going to be successful. And I'm like, okay, we're just watching the numbers. Everybody, let's bring those numbers up. We get that number going. 67 guys in it now, less than a year. And to Craig's credit, a lot of those guys are now doing their own psychotherapy. They're in there, they've seen the value of this. They've expressed gratitude, expressed their vulnerable moments, learning from a master about how to talk in a safe space. And this mental health component to the good life is critical. This is what I want to grow. I think that this is really one of the most important parts of the Black men's health that we can provide right now. Just to be able to have a safe space, to speak about things that stress them out, and to talk about the trauma of being Black in America. Have I missed something, guys? I'm doing all right. Okay. Oh, I had a cool video. I don't know that it's going to play. Older adults can do anything. Once you start working with older adults, that's more time than I was going to give myself. Once you start working with older adults, you love it. are we've talked about heterogeneity, the life experience and the perspectives that they come into the door with changes you fundamentally. And I think everybody can attest to, you hadn't worked with older adults prior to the program, really. And the experience of doing that is fundamentally life altering, because you get this wisdom and experience, and it's maybe trite to say that they have wisdom and experience. I mean, of course they do, they're older. But once you start a genuine interaction, you find the richness in that you've never experienced working with another group before. And especially people who are older and Black, oh my God, the resilience, the stories, the life experiences, down and out and on top of the world, lucky to be alive, to to the sage leader of a family or a congregation. I mean, remarkable stories to be had. And they use technology. The pandemic forced them to. I was lucky that way. Oh, here's some of our numbers from about was this 2 weeks ago? We're in the Rainbow Center in Oakland, and so we are in the hood. We are in the community to which we serve, and our studios are there. There are issues whenever you're in a Department of Parks and Rec facility. It's not as pretty as this, that's for sure. It's not Mayo, but it gets the job done. Oh, and there's a huge food program that's right outside the door that's run every Saturday at the Rainbow Center. So there's it's the intersection of multiple not-for-profits and city organizations coming into the community. Here's a couple pictures of staff and participants getting their broccoli. And you can see Michael down in the right-hand corner. He's just getting ready for the big show. He's got his fun facts and his exercise cards out so he can read. So he's live, right? The camera's on. He's got two big screens where he sees our at least 35 of our participants at any time. And we have a producer online who's living in Texas, go figure. And she can switch cameras and she can go and answer questions. And it is highly interactive. He's the talk show host / exerciser. Okay. And we're now, again, thanks to California, we're doing this in Spanish. We just started La Buena Vida in LA. And it's the same model, but for all in Spanish. I won't go into any of that, and I'll just leave it at this and ask some questions. Oh, I'm here to do one thing more, because we're going to break out into groups next, and I want to do my good job. I challenge each and every one of you, when you break into your group and you're going to talk about what it means and how do we do community engagement, come up with new ideas. This is a crisis, and we can't just talk, we have to act. And it is these small groups where good ideas are going to come from. It is the human interaction where we learn from one another. That's one thing that I learned this last couple of years. It is other people in discussion that create the creative solutions that we need to address this crisis. So go forth, go do it. Thanks.
All right, we're going to bring it back. Let's have us come back into the seats. I'm looking forward to this conversation. And if anyone is close to the door, if we could just help give them a motion.
Yeah. And everybody, please also make sure to be at your actual group tables that you were doing your group work in, since that's how we will be reporting out. It is officially 15 before in Spanish we say 15 before 4 or 15 whatever. So 3:45 Mountain Time. So I think it is time for us to get started. All right, Shea.
Absolutely. And before we forget, I will want to make sure if you all did take notes on your physical copies or did take physical copy notes, please make sure that that gets to us so we can accurately represent the words that you all shared. Or the caveat, if you all took more digital notes, to make sure that that is emailed to the email address that is on the prompts. Sound good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Shea, who do they give the paper copies to?
You can give them to
Right. So
Lisa.
yeah. So people in the volunteers in the beautiful Black Men's Brain Health T-shirts. Yes. Thank you.
All right. And we had a lot of interest, amazing conversations that happened. We're going to kick it over to this table behind us because they just had the energy that I was hoping to see that will get us kicked off. And then we'll go around and hear what the rest of the groups had. So I'll yield the floor. And then we have rotating handheld mics to be given. So we're going to start back over here. And please introduce yourselves as you start.
Hello, everyone. We
are
DEV, and this is why we're hot.
That's what I'm talking about. Setting the bar high for y'all. We'll figure out a 2000s R&B jam to start your all's conversations with.
So one of our first questions was, define Black men's brain health. So we collectively came up with this definition: the sustainability of mental health, awareness, mental processes, longevity of knowledge of oneself, and retention of all faculties and agencies, specifically to African-American males, Black men. Question number 2. What is some good retention device that we could use for Black men to recruit them to Alzheimer's research? So I want to say that this is an original idea that I want to propose as a project. We want to roll up in the hood with a Black men brain health ice cream truck that has free barbecue and ice cream, where we're going to give you knowledge and education on Alzheimer's.
So watch next year. He's going to roll up with his truck.
To a hood near you.
To a hood near you. 2B, so list 3 major knowledge gaps or resource needs related to your topic. And we identified stress management, sleep, and variations of trauma.
So for 2C, please list up to 3 high priority research questions related to your topic. The first, why should they trust you and your study? If they do that, what makes your research different from all the other studies? And then finally, what is the intended of your study?
Fantastic.
And this is why we're hot.
Perfect. Okay, so before we move on to hearing from a different table or about what you all discussed, are there any ways to build upon what the This Is Why I'm Hot team had shared, what DEV had shared? If there's anything that struck a chord with you all, something that maybe your group had discussed, this would be a good opportunity to talk through. I'll yield to Dr. Turner.
Voices on there as well, though, because we're trying to promote health in the community too.
Robert?
Oh, coconut ice cream.
Yeah. What about some sorbet option? Froyo.
Some jackfruit sliders is what Dr. Turner's going for.
We can make it work. We can make it work. I actually have a response as well. I thought that your definition of brain health was for Black men was so thoughtful and encompassing, and I really appreciate the thoughtfulness that you put into that answer as well. And I do love ice cream, so I'm on board there. Other questions, comments from the groups to build on this Too Hot group?
All right, great act to follow. Fantastic. Let's go to the next team. We don't necessarily need a formula unless you all want a formula of who goes next. So anyone jumping out of their seats to talk through. Okay, so we'll go over here. We'll go over here next, and then we'll go to this table right now.
You want me? Okay. Well, let's do it. We ain't do no special team name, all right. You set the bar kind of high and you can have it. You can have that bar. Beautiful though.
And before you start, if y'all don't mind introducing yourselves, if you
okay, I'm Harry Evans. I am founder of Heal Black Man and also working in partner with the Good Life Path. We do the boots on the ground work, the grassroots work to go in the community and be those advocates to create the better bridge between, research and our communities. So that's that. And then.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ashley Shaw. I'm a research assistant professor at the University of Kansas Medical Center. So I'm happy to be here today.
Good afternoon. My name is Marcel Scaife, and I'm with the Missouri Foundation for Health.
Thank you all.
All right. So the first question was, what does Black men's brain health look like? And collectively, we came up with basically how we respond to the pressures of the patriarchy as men, and then catering to all the moving pieces that embodies a full body of wellness, that completes a full body of wellness. So the things you put in your body, exercise, all those things contribute to your overall brain health, not just mental health awareness. In order to have good brain health, you have to exercise a full body of wellness. So that's the answer for that. And then the next question after that was, what does your group propose as a definition for Black men's brain health? And we kind of knocked two birds out with one stone. I think that's the same answer. So that's where we are with that. And then our special question was 1A, what are the barriers and facilitators for conducting cognitive aging and dementia research in Black men and other minoritized, underrepresented populations? And the barriers we came up with were inconsistent resources and spaces for Black men to be encouraged and also to build that trust amongst clinical research. It seems like the relationship between the Black male community and clinical research in general is more of a fair weather type of relationship. So that coupled with limited representation, so people that look and talk like us. The 1B is please list up to 3 major knowledge gaps or resource needs related to your topic. And the first one was knowledge. The community doesn't know what the disease is in general. And just personally, Ashley and I collaborated and did like focus groups, and just having these conversations with these men, they legit didn't know, what Alzheimer's and dementia actually was. And so we got a chance to actually educate them on that and then get their feedback based off what they received. The next one is that the community doesn't know what research is in its entirety and the opportunities available. So still under the umbrella of just knowledge in general and accessibility. The third one is resource needs. So thank you for the writing.
I can't read what that say, but what that say actually? What's that?
Oh, the funding.
Okay. Yeah, so research needs, the funding needs to be specific. So the funders need to be specific in their intentions and like who they're really doing things for instead of kind of like making general statements and kind of lumping everybody in under one umbrella. And then 1C, let's please list up to 3 high priority research questions related to your topic. And we only came up with 2. And it's how does a culturally tailored diet, a diet intervention affect cardiovascular risk factors related to Alzheimer's and disease amongst Black men? And then the other one was, how does accessibility to gyms in underrepresented neighborhoods and communities impact the brain health? Because if you don't have that resource available, and if it is available, you can't afford it, that directly affects your full body of wellness, the opportunity to do so. So that's our thing. We don't have no special closing, but that's it, that's all, and we on to the next.
Yeah. Much appreciated. Some amazing things said there. Of course, any thoughts to expand upon the elements of trust, of access, of education, which are important to talk through? Anything from the group before we move on to the next table? Okay, we're going to come back to it, I'm sure. We're going to move over to this table. Before you all start, if you don't mind introducing yourselves. And what I'll ask for this table and then the next, let's see if there's opportunities that we have to share the things that are unique or special to the group and the discussions that you all had so that we could build off what had already been shared. Make sense? Okay, cool. Go forth.
I'm Jamon Reynolds, co-founder of My Arena and Life in Abundance.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alicia. I'm a postbac with Dr. Rivera-Mindt.
Hello, everyone. Sean Upshaw, the University of Texas at Austin, assistant professor.
Hi, everyone. I'm Serena Laurie, Alzheimer's Equity Navigator at Banner.
Okay. Okay. So to address the first question, what does Black men's brain health look like? And of course, with the definition. So according to my brilliant people that I had a chance to work with, okay, Black men's, oh, come on now, don't die on me, technology. Okay, there we go. Sorry. Black men's brain health involves acknowledging physical and emotional realities that shape an individual, community, or population's engagement with social, environmental, and institutional structures that influence the quality and equity opportunities for a sustainable approach, specifically to the life involving Black men's survival. Okay. And for question 4, 4A, what components of the community base particularly pertains to Black and African-American men? And our table suggested coming up with a concept that involves for the people, by the people of community building, but I decided to take it one step more further. Establishing a pilot program that focuses on community medical pop-up shops. This involves getting people connected while staying connected and addressing the issues of not being able to get off work to actually see someone for one's own maintenance of health and stability. For the next one, list up the 3 major gaps or resources. We specifically looked at the concept of culture, communication, and agency, whether it is at an individual or a community level regarding acknowledgement of one's own brain health and the responsibility of keeping that in their own terms. So we're not defining that for them. It's for them to acknowledge and be able to have a sense of agency in doing that. And lastly, in terms of questions, which is always good, 1, in what ways can trust building increase participation in clinical trials for Black or African-American men who are unsure about the benefits of participating? 2nd, what can churches do to promote and provide social support for caregivers, or Black caregivers at their local level to meet them where they are. And finally, how can narratives from former caregivers inform and provide resources for caregivers at the early stage of dementia-like or early brain health degenerate disease care? So in other words, you tend to learn from someone who's been down the road. So what better way is to collect stories from people who can literally describe, explain, and be able to connect with individuals who are going on the orientation journey of caring for someone that is living with a degenerate brain health problem. Thank you.
That was fantastic. Before we move on to the next group, there was one word that stood out to me with this particular table. That was the concept of agency, and what that looks like. Did anyone else talk about agency across and want to share? Okay, do y'all mind expanding possibly of like what you all meant by agency, whether that meant personal agency or the environment in which they were in that allowed them to take that agency?
Well, from the collective senses of the group, it definitely builds upon individual and community collective agency, meaning that decision-making, participating in the engagement of what they believe is the best for them. In other words, as researchers or interventionists or however you want to identify yourself, it's not our job to present ourselves as the heroes of someone else's story or narrative or journey, but rather an approach to where we can be of a service to them, thereby building some form of rapport and community building over time. And that's the key thing. It doesn't happen overnight or it doesn't happen within an episode, but it's a continuation of showing up to be of a visible service and resource for them, thereby protecting and acknowledging their sense of agency rather than saying, I know what's best. So take the talking to out of it, but talking with. You're acknowledging their human experiences and navigating something that is complex and sometimes overwhelming too. So being there is just as important as providing the resource as well.
Truth.
Okay, yes, please.
Oh, can you hear me? Okay. This is what I call motivational interviewing. So when you're speaking to someone, instead of setting the goals or which you think they need, because especially in an African-American culture, we are very closed off to people telling us what to do or trying to control our narrative of our stories. So trying to find out what their particular situation is, because like I explained a little bit earlier, even as a Black community, we all come from different Black communities. So, where we might have, one that's less fortunate, some might come from the suburbs, some might come from Beverly Hills. So, we have to meet the different needs of the African Americans and not think it's all one level of care that we're talking about.
That is great. Yes.
And on that note, if you don't know, now you know. Thank you.
Woo! Okay. Wow, that's right. Now we know. We see there's a comment there in the back. Oh, before we go next, I just wanted to, you can go over there, Elizabeth, that's great. But, and thank you to the volunteers for facilitating. So first of all, thank you so much for that incredible work. And some of the things that I heard in those themes also relate to what the Harry Ashley Marcel group was talking about in terms of interventions that are culturally tailored and not just one size fits all. And your idea of a pop-up, kind of medical, experience, maybe brain health experience. I thought that was very provocative. And also what jumped out at me was this idea of a FUBU approach, for us, by us, right? And I think that's really important. Any other comments before we move on to the next group?
I will share too that in many ways is how we can actualize and operationalize community-based work as opposed to us saying, well, we are interested in calling you out on behavior, what's happening. We're calling you in to this discussion. What does this mean to you? And how can we build that trust so that you feel confident moving forward? So great points. Appreciate you all.
All right. Hello. Our table had a very lively discussion around our topic. We'll introduce ourselves first. My name is Ashley Sanderlin. I'm assistant professor and neuroscientist at North Carolina A&T State University.
Lamont Williams, Winston-Salem State, Wake Forest School of Medicine, the Maya Angelou Center in the house.
Martin Okuma from the University of Miami Miller School of Medicine.
Larry Adams, University of Miami Miller School of Medicine as well.
Kaylee Schmidt, I'm an undergraduate student here at ASU. Cal Melnichuk, and I'm also an undergraduate student here at ASU.
All right, so we also had the question, what does Black men's brain health look like? And then proposing a definition. So our group described it as Black men's brain health is the ability to have healthy aging, both mentally and physically. And this looks like taking active measures toward achieving better brain health and being able to have access to resources that can aid in having a healthy life. So our specific question was, what are key questions or areas of focus that research funders should be supporting in order to advance community-based, resilience-focused research in Black men's brain health? For example, are there important risk or resilience factors that should be considered? And then to list 3 major knowledge gaps or resources needed based on this topic. So one of the things, we talked about a lot of things. We had a great table, although we don't have intro music. We had a lot of fun, but we talked about removing the barriers from funders to the community. So being able to have community collaborators and applications where you can, as a scientist, send it to your community collaborator. They know what to do. They know what to write in. They know how to participate in that application process, or specifically give them access to the money. So they know transparently what is needed in order to receive support. We also talked about giving participant a give back beyond just gift cards of $15 or $25, but having funding agencies have space where we can list the resources that are truly needed to enact our studies. So for example, my study, I do sleep and diet in people with mild cognitive impairment. We need a funding line, not just for their participant payment, but for groceries, for the things that they need to help them be a participant in that research. So some of the gaps that we identified were not directly putting the messaging to men. A lot of times we see that research teams may be led by all women, or a lot of people have talked about active hiring, making sure that there are Black males on the research teams, identifying those community leaders, so partnering with Greek organizations, fraternities, sororities, religious groups, MPHC in the communities, so that the message can get to those older Black men. And then also making sure that funding agencies are aware that whoever's writing this application, they should justify how the resources they're providing or suggesting will directly impact the community. So I gave the example in Winston-Salem, most of our Black population is on the east of the city, but a lot of the resources that you will find funded by the city or the state are on the west side of the city. So people, if they want free mobile or free clinic, not the mobile clinic, but a free clinic or access to insurance waivers or reliefs, they have to go all the way across town to fill out these applications in order to participate in the resources. And with that being said, many do not know they exist because they're not really truly a part of their community. So we had a lot more, but we'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Anything to expand upon? Or yes, we have a hand over here.
Not only will I expand, I put my partners on the spot. So I said, if we can go next. Okay, so let me just kind of expand on that question, but I know we have another. In addition to the funders, one of the things that we have to recognize is a term called lexicon. And lexicon primarily is used in pharmaceuticals, where there's actually their specific particular language that is only for those who understand that medication and various things. Lexicon also occurs in the medical environment as well. So if I'm in the community, I can talk about the hippocampus and all that other stuff when I talk about Alzheimer's, but my community has no idea what I'm referencing. So when we talk about trust and we talk about this funding, we have to first say, yeah, we talked about trust. We know that's an issue, but I think the underlying issue is the information and being able to communicate to that particular area. Also, when we talk about funding, we need to particularly look at what term that I always bring up, especially at this table. I said CHNA. Community Health Needs Assessment. You can't ask for funding in a particular community if you don't know who that community is. And particularly, you can get that information from your county or any clinical area, particularly here in this community. For those who are not aware, Mayo Clinic and the Maricopa community actually, actually put a CHNA together. And that CHNA allowed myself and my other colleagues to get grant funding because we recognize that the primary concern prior to COVID was obesity, cancer. But then when you look up, before this even became the news, the primary concern became mental health issues. So that's number two. And then the last thing I like to say in regards of funding is that you tapped into something regarding funding. I'm a co-chair of the Black Philanthropy Initiative here, which is Arizona Community Foundation, and we give funds out all the time. But I have to decline a lot of those funds because when we say a percentage of your funding have to be 50% African American, and they tell me they are, and I'm going to tap into something. I had a conversation with someone, and then when you look at the measurable outcomes and you look at who they really tapped into, even the photos, they show nothing about African Americans. So we have to either no longer give them funds or decline. We have to speak the truth. By the way, my name is Dr. Angela Allen. I'm the Clinical Research Program Director here at Banner Health and also an Associate Professor at Arizona State University. I thank you for allowing me to speak. We're going to go ahead and go to my colleagues at this table who are going to answer their question.
I think that was an amazing response to this incredible work here. Does anybody else? Does anybody else? I speak loud, preacher's daughter, I speak loud. But does anybody else have any responses to this group before we move on? I just want to make sure we make space. Did you have a comment or question? Question right here. And then we can move on to this next group who we know who we're going to. They're ready, they're queued up.
I just wanted to point out that while we have talked extensively about recognizing that the funding is being allocated to more diverse research and representation and making that appropriate, and while we are doing everything that we can in our respective communities to accommodate for that by buying the groceries, if it comes to that, or providing the stipends that it needs, providing whatever support or resources are available as we're continuing to do so. One of the main takeaways that I had from the Hispanic National Medical Conference was highlighting the fact that we're doing everything we can to accommodate for these trials, but at a certain level, if you really truly want to see the difference that you're expecting to see within the community, you need to make the trials work for the community. You need to make sure that in addition to having funding allocated for representation, the study designs need to be created with the community in mind. They need to be done at a way where it's not just held at institutions or in really urban centers and figure out how to give them the bus pass to get there. You need to talk about getting into the community or designing with that in mind. The 24-hour model that we heard of at today's panel, that's exactly what would need to happen in order to see those results in action. We're doing everything we can to accommodate, but as we talked about the Black tax earlier, we've been accommodating for a while now.
Ooh.
So
thank you so much. That was amazing. And also getting folks to the east side from the west side, right? Yeah. Did I get that right? Or west side to the east side? Thank you. I'm a little bit groggy. I need my caffeine at this point. That's great. Thank you so much. So I think now we're ready for the next group.
Hello, how you doing? We all gonna introduce ourselves and then we'll read from there. But my name is Michael Tedman. I'm with the Good Life / Brothers Building Brothers, City of Oakland and UC Davis.
Hello, my name is Shanette Merrick. I am the Clinical Research Supervisor at UC Davis Alzheimer's Disease Center, and I'm the Program Manager and Program Developer for the Good Life Program for Healthy Aging.
Hello, everybody. My name is Craig Cook Sullivan. I am the barber, and I am also a newly health and wellness professional.
Again, I'm Anthony Gathers, owner of AG's Barbershop, Phoenix, Arizona, Chandler, Arizona, current student at Arizona State University, a member of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated. And we got the bomb table over here.
Hi, I'm Damali Martin. I'm from the National Institute on Aging, and I have to say I was completely incognito and allowed them to do all the speaking, and I just listened. So.
All right, so I'm gonna start us off and then we'll all say our little parts. But the question that I have was, what does Black men's brain health look like? And I'm gonna go with the negatives of why we need these things done, right? So I got confusion, uncertainty, non-awareness, and isolation. And I say this because as a Black man, not being Black, a lot of people don't understand the things that we go through. And when we try to tell y'all we go through, y'all don't listen. Y'all want to, make your own agenda, what you think that we thinking. But when we really telling you how we feel, y'all need to open your ears up and just listen a little bit, because we just telling you how it really is. And it's really hard out here for Black men. A lot of people don't understand that. And, me being a Black man, you probably listening like, whatever, but privilege is real and we do not have privilege. So for all the ones who got privilege, congratulations, right? Because a lot of us don't. So that's just my spill on it.
Okay, so so for the response to that in regards to what does Black men's brain health look like? So our response is we need real sustainable community engagement programs that think outside of the box. We cannot continue to do the same things that we've done in research and think that they're going to work, because they really don't. And we have to start thinking creatively of how we're approaching communities. And so what are key components of community-based resilience-focused research framework for cognitive aging, brain health, and dementia research, particularly as it pertains to Black men? And so some of those things that we came up with are, one is bridging generational gaps in regards to the community. Oh, I need those glasses, cannot take those off. Bridging the gaps, and basically that means is really kind of on the thinking outside of the box, is like coming back and not just looking at brain health research, looking at the 65 and older, but actually starting to create programs that are looking at the Black community younger, from whether it be childhood, teenagers, or people our own age. But as we all know, that dementia and Alzheimer's start to show signs and develop way earlier than most other communities. Empowering the community to develop more leaders, right, within that community to help in research, which is one of the things that I can say I'm very proud of, that we've managed to do at the Good Life, was to go into the community and actually find people that work in the communities, that have their pulse, in the communities, that understand, that have that trust word that we keep hearing, that keeps coming up. If we don't go into the communities and actually start hiring and looking at these people to come in and actually teach them and help them understand research, and then they can actually translate what that means to the community, because there's such a divide between the scholars and the community. There has to be somebody in the middle that actually makes that bridge, right? That makes that connection for the community. And then the lastly, for that answer is give back to the community through funding and received by research to the community. So whatever that looks like, creating programs that are sustainable. So once again, I'll shamelessly go back to the Good Life program. But the one thing that I feel like we're really succeeding at with the Good Life program is that we created a program that had no ask. There was no agenda. It was the only agenda was to actually create programs that gave to our communities. So whether that be through the exercise programs, creating space for our communities to work out, or for the cooking class, which created a space to teach the communities how to eat healthy, teaching them about different fruits and vegetables that they may not have otherwise been exposed to or had, and then providing the groceries, buying the groceries for those elders that cannot come to us and pick up the groceries. We deliver the groceries, and we are doing everything that we can. We have yoga classes, we have mindfulness classes, we have the barbershop talk program for the Black men to create a safe space for them. And it's really, all of these programs are created and the money is put into this program with the no ask. It's just, we're creating space, and we're plan on being there for the long term, not just here, and thank you, Dr. Johnson, because he's always on the hustle to make sure he's keeping these programs going for us. Did you have something you want to add all the way from which is what?
That there was that asked to be in a research study, because I think it's important for the other scholars, if they want to put a survey out or something like that, and you have an IRB clearance, we'll ask our participants if they want to do it. And I think it was Dr. Byrd that said, help a Black scholar, finish their dissertation. I mean, we can say that. Sorry.
Okay. Well, there you go. All right. So, well, that's all I have to say. Yeah, there you go.
Hello. So my question was 4C, please list up to 3 high priority research questions related to your topic. So my standpoint from the barbershop's position, how can we better equip barbershops with immediate responses, immediate resources, i.e. case managing, heart health, therapy, and how can we make it free? Because we need it. Before we can buy into it, we want it free, because they say in God we trust with the money, right? We're not going to spend our money on something that we're not sure about. But if we can introduce these things to the barbershops and train barbers who are willing to be unofficial cleanicians, to be case managers, to learn how to do restorative and follow-up work on the folks that we service. Anthony, like myself, I'm sure we've gave folks their first haircut and their last haircut. I'm sure that, we've buried some folks that, we've seen them transition. We've seen them train. Like he said, when he touches people, when I got clients, when they sit down, they start sweating. And I'm like, dude, your blood pressure high. I'm not a doctor, but I can look at you. I've been cutting you and touching you, and we've been in a relationship as a barber client for over 15, 20 years. You need to check yourself out. But they trust me enough to maybe a year, 6 months to a year later, go do that work for themselves and create that self-love for themselves. So my question is, how can we begin to provide that for barbers in all our communities who are willing to do that work and take on that extra task?
Okay. Thank you all from this table. We have about 20 minutes left until we're moving on to the next speaker. So just keep that in mind. Want to make sure that we could equally distribute the participation, be mindful of that verbal space. So thank you all. I think saw some motion over at this table, so we'll pass the mic to y'all.
Yes, we'll introduce ourselves. My name is Jeremy Grant, a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Florida.
Hello, I'm Udell Holmes. I'm a clinical neuropsych grad student at the University of Florida as well.
I'm Cesar Higgins. I'm a doctoral student at the University of Michigan.
I'm Brett Naskin, a neuropsychologist and assistant professor at the University of Florida.
Joshua Owens, 4th year in clinical neuropsychology at the University of Florida.
Edward Ofori, Assistant Professor at Arizona State University.
And so to answer the question, what does Black men's brain health look like and what the definition is, we started just by defining brain health first and then applying that to Black men. So our definition for brain health was maintaining optimal cognitive functioning for as long as possible over time. And then for Black men's brain health, promoting protective factors and eliminating barriers/risk factors to maintaining optimal cognitive functioning, while considering the unique social, cultural, and intersectional characteristics of Black men in the United States. And so for our next question was about recommendations for approaches to recruitment and retention of Black men in Alzheimer's disease research. Since most of us are coming from Gainesville or lived in Gainesville, we were thinking about what kinds of community events we could do to promote research participation and awareness about brain health. And this idea that originally came from Joshua Owens was some kind of sport-related community event, such as a basketball tournament, for example, a community basketball tournament that could be sponsored by an association like the university or the Alzheimer's Association, something that could be long-term, repeated, annually or more often throughout the year, something that's not transactional, where we're just giving people something to do, and somewhere where there will be equal participation between the researchers and community, that those of us who are researchers but also enjoy sports can play alongside members of the community. And really an event where we're really focused on reducing stigma and barriers and just pairing an event that people already enjoy with a booth like the one over there, for example, or with the Alzheimer's Association, so that eventually people will feel comfortable to come and talk and hear about research or come find out what to do about their loved one who might be experiencing cognitive decline. We also talked about how it would be good to take advantage of intergenerational relationships, get the community out, get families out, perhaps do it on a weekend for Black men specifically, like Father's Day or something like that. Our next question was on major knowledge gaps or resource needs for this kind of community event. And we were thinking about the question of where in the community would be ideal to host this kind of basketball tournament. What court is most likely to draw the most number of people out from this community? Is it something hosted at the university or something more in the community? We're thinking about the east side of Gainesville. Then the next question is who? Related to what one of the speakers said earlier, who are the natural leaders in the community who would really encourage participation in this kind of event? Not just the people in leadership positions, but who are the people that people listen to and trust? Is it high school coaches? Is it influential members of the university community? Finding those individuals to help advertise this event. And then in terms of resources, funds would be needed for rental fees, for referees, for food, and for prize money, and probably other expenses as well. And then the last question was on 3 high priority research questions related to hosting this kind of event. A kind of needs survey and kind of thinking about what kind of sporting event would be best for this community. In some communities that would be a basketball tournament, others it might be flag football, others it might be soccer or some other sport. And then secondly, how can we evaluate the extent to which we are truly giving to the community and not just taking? Would that be via surveys, or how do we get feedback from the community? What would be the optimal way of doing that? And then lastly, what are the minimal incentives required to successfully get people to join any research studies that are going on? Is it just money, offering finances for participating in research? Or is it that the results of the research should inform clinical care in some way? Do we need to share the results, for example, of a PET scan or of a neuropsychological evaluation? And if we do share the results, how do we make sure that we're not just giving people results, but providing some kind of intervention or service or clinical care afterwards? So thank you.
Nicely done. I believe we have time for one more table. We had a hand up here though. Oh, just by.
Hi, everyone. My name is Janice Greeno. I'm the Senior Outreach Program Manager at Banner Sun Health Research Institute and Banner Alzheimer's Institute, and I am also the state lead for Dementia Friendly Arizona. And we'll go fast since we just have a little time, but I wanted to share our definition, and that was for Black men's brain health. And thank you, Dr. Glover, for helping us and reminding us of the World Health Organization's categories of health. So we said the physical, social, intellectual, environmental, spiritual, and emotional well-being of Black men as individuals and in context, such as in their culture, their families, and their community. So that is thanks to you. And then our question was, what are key components of a community-based, resilience-focused research framework for cognitive aging, brain health, and dementia research, particularly as it pertains to Black American men? So I think that was a trick for me to try to get that out. But I wanted to, again, thank you for your influence in our answer. So we said, creating sustainable cognitive, physical, and social programs that will attract, and we didn't know what word to use, attract or interest Black men that weave in brain health. And so you might notice that we might be the only table in the room that doesn't have a Black man sitting at our table. So we recruited one of you. So thank you. You know who you are, to help us out. So one of the ways that we wanted to do that was to invite Black men into the conversation of that creative process. And I think that's critical. And one of the things that this gentleman shared with us is the most important thing that we can do is just recognize what our Black men have been going through over the years and continue to go through, and acknowledge them and show them respect for that, just to recognize it and talk about it. And then next, we thought some of the things they might come up with, and they were similar to what have been mentioned today: sports, music, games, food, cooking, dance, intergenerational type of activities. We were so honored. Our friend, darling Tina, is not at the table anymore, but she was with us and she's doing some amazing work in New Jersey. She's one of the scholars, and it was great to talk to her about the success of some of the things that they are doing there, and we'll be excited to hear about the research that comes out. But as we talk to Black men, just talk to them about how we might better build trust in the community, how programs might be sustainable, and how to best connect with their community. Another thing that came up at the table was, don't forget the Black women, because they have really strong voices in the lives of their guys. So I don't know what that looks like in your homes, but from the Black men that I know, especially the Black young men, their moms are really incredible, and their wives. So that was a reminder, because they might, if we're worried about what they're eating, their wives, mothers, sisters, they might be the ones cooking. I mean, maybe they're the ones cooking in the home, I'm not sure, but to remember them, and that our women are so heavily involved with healthcare decisions. And darling Tina was sharing that the research shows that often it's the Black women that are going to church more than men. So if we're connecting with people through church, we want to make sure that we're connecting with the Black women there. And then we want to recognize the importance of younger Black men in providing resources to their families and their community, and the wonderful value that you as Black men bring to the communities and to your families. I think we just need to applaud that and respect that, because you're talented, like in many ways, other than doing that thing you did, but that was pretty amazing. And then we had 4B was, please list up to 3 major knowledge gaps or resource needs related to your topic. And one, of course, was funding. That's always first, but building trust, and then communication, and maybe trying to find ways that people in media can help us out and to reach Black men in their communities. And then we had one more idea that Ray wanted to share.
My name's Ray Koreski. I'm a psychologist, primarily working in sports. I work with the Diamondbacks. I'm a graduate of ASU's counseling department. And just very quickly, I have one really big concern. Most of this is wonderful. It refreshes me. It gets me focused in ways that I forget to be focused. But one of the problems is we're talking to ourselves. Well, you're talking to yourself. The people that most need this aren't in the room. And you live this. They need the education. We need the education. I took a course in multicultural counseling over 30 years ago at ASU. There were 25 people in the class. 3 were whites, the rest were all minorities. Do you think we got the job done by doing that? Most people who are in decision-making and clinical positions, I approach it from a clinical perspective, most people who are in clinical or decision-making positions do not have this awareness. And worse, a lot of them think they're liberals and they're not prejudiced, and they, fool themselves into thinking, I don't have any biases. Well, BS, we all do. And the worst ones are the ones that act like they don't. So I guess my challenge, or I'd say our challenge, is how do we do research that will identify how to get this message out to clinicians, decision makers, people who are recruiting, people who are in graduate schools. That to me is, there's so much wealth of knowledge and usefulness here that others really need to hear.
Thank you, Ray. And then the last question, 4C, was please list up to 3 high priority research questions related to your topic. Number 1 was identify activities that Black men will enjoy and participate in, identify funding sources, and find ways to quantify the research.
And while we're all clapping, give yourselves a round of applause for the incredible conversations and contributions to the discussion.
So it's unfortunate that we haven't had enough time to get to all the tables, but a couple things that I just want to highlight are that everybody, if you hold on, we have one comment.
Do we have a microphone?
And I think Robert had a comment as well. So did we lose our microphones? Oh,
we got one.
Thank you, Brandon.
Dr. Stroman.
So I had to step away just a moment to check on something for tomorrow. So I'm not sure if I heard this in the room, but while I was here, when we talk about ways that we can engage, I heard a lot around our beautiful culture, sports, entertainment, food. But I want to just remind us that we come from kings and queens of math, physics, science. And so for just a quick commercial, I am getting ready to start an association of Black sports analytics folks. So if you know of young people, and I'm talking all the way down to elementary to middle school, who have the knowledge, the interest in numbers, statistics, and math, we love this. And so we have to put it out there. So when you think about ways to engage, again, sports, culture, music, all that's great, but don't forget the mind that's focused on science and math, because I think we can really draw people in on that. The other point I wanted to make, just in response to your comment about who's not in the room, there is no doubt from my perspective that we've had many Black people try to make a difference with the people at the top of the triangle. And I'm talking about white men who are in positions of power that continue to block us and do not allow us to get promoted for all the various reasons. And so we are doing the work in that space. And so I'm coming back to you, sir, with all due respect, that we need more white men who are conscious to speak to other white men. That's what we need. So in terms of who needs to be in the room, we've got to continue to stay focused, lifting us up, talking about Black men, talking about brain health. But I believe we don't have the time to go chase and recruit those people at the top of the triangle who are set in their particular ways, or they're not paying attention to what we're speaking to. We're going to ask white people to speak to other white people. So I'm going to pass this over to Dr. Turner.
Awesome.
Is this on? I also just want to acknowledge, and I really appreciate what you said, but this conference actually is designed to bring people from the community here. So just because you don't see folks in the community, there's actually 824 people that registered for this conference. So there's a lot of folks at this conference that you don't see here because they are here virtually, right? One of our limitations is, remember, and Shea, you talked about this today, we have this conference during a work day. So there are people who can't actually physically get here, but that doesn't mean they're not engaged. They actually really are, by the numbers of registration and the different titles of different individuals and different organizations they represent. But would we love more people from the community? I'd love it if we were overflowing with people from the community, because we need to hear their voices.
Thank you so much. So as we think about how we lift up our voices and engage, this action that we have just taken together is one form of what we just talked about. By putting down, sharing our thoughts and our feelings about these issues, sharing that wisdom. This is part of that action to disseminate out into broader communities and to other organizational levels. And so if you have a written paper summary of your discussion, please raise your hand up with that paper, and we will have our volunteers who I think we have at least one here who can start helping to pick those up. And we are committed to coalescing this information and disseminating it in a way where we can get the word out about this wonderful conversation and really inform policy and policymakers to go to that next step, because this has been an invaluable conversation for which we are very, very grateful. Do you have any other final comments?
I just want to say thank you all for allowing me to hear your all's truth, allowing me to be a part of this conversation. It was incredible to hear what you all provided, and looking forward to the next steps with this conference and this discussion. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Next up, just want to remind everybody that if you are going to email your summaries, please do so now while we're wrapping up before you leave today. On that paper, you have an email address there if you want to go digital. And I'm going to ask Nico, I think it is, to put up the day one conference survey QR code. And we're going to talk about that really quickly. Then we're going to bring in Dr. Thorpe. Right. So it is really important that everybody take a moment, point your camera on your phone to that QR code. And I assume people can see this on online on Zoom, that they get the QR code or get it emailed to them. It is imperative that you help a sister out, you help a brother out, and each other out by completing that survey, because NIA is here. The Alzheimer's Association is here, and they want to know what you think about this. We need to know what you think about this conference so we can continue to refine, make it better, and show that we have people who are engaged and this matters, and that it needs to keep happening. We need to keep getting us all together. So please complete that survey today and tomorrow. And without any further ado, I have the distinct and wonderful, wonderful privilege to introduce one of our directors of our Emerging Scholar Program, Dr. Roland Thorpe, to come up either to the podium or to this microphone to close out with final remarks about today. And when he concludes those remarks and closes out today's session, we can all retire out to the lobby area where we're going to have food for free and drinks, cash bar, and we're going to enjoy some fellowship together. And then we're going to do this all over again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock, and come early if you want to get some food and hang out a little bit. And we have a great program for you tomorrow as well. So thank you, and please join me in welcoming Dr. Thorpe.
So, good afternoon. Nope. Let's do it one more time. Good afternoon. I feel it now, I feel it. So I just want to open up and say that I've thought the program of events that we heard today has been simply outstanding. I would like for you to stand up and give yourselves a standing ovation. Stand up. I'm like Robert. You want to be healthy? We can start moving them. Right. Let's start moving. Yes. So I recognize I'm in between you and alcohol and beverage and food, but I just think that there are a couple things I want to leave you with today. I was back in the back taking some notes and listening and thinking about what I've learned today and hopefully what you've learned today. I've learned a couple things that are very important, and these are in no particular order. I learned that it's important for us to take this work to the community. That's one of the things I learned. It's very important for us to take this stuff to the community, this work to the community. And before we take it to the community, we need to build a partnership, not a relationship. There's a difference. You build a relationship to evolve to a partnership. And along the way, these things that we call trust, trustworthiness, creditworthiness, those things, that forms the cornerstones and the pillars of the partnerships that should exist. And if it's a partnership and it stands on those pillars, it should be sustainable over time. That's one of the things I learned today. Another thing I did learn today is that there were a number of research gaps that were identified today. And then we have our emerging scholars program. We have at least a number of people in the program that some of them can start to help fill in these gaps, to start thinking about engaging community in a meaningful way, such that we can think about really policy relevant solutions, and what drives policy to make these communities better. One of the things I also learned today is that I learned that this afternoon, that we need to have some malleability in our funding structure. That we need true malleability in this funding structure, right? We need funding structures and mechanisms to be nimble enough to be able to address the unique needs of the population for which we're trying to study and understand. I think that is one thing that is very key and very paramount. And then the other thing I learned this afternoon is that we need study designs, and then we need those study designs that have the community in mind. That really struck me, is because oftentimes, even though we go with our best intentions to do the right things, sometimes if we don't have that community in mind at first, although the best laid plans often could go astray. So we want to be mindful of that with these study design. And then the other thing that I also find to be intriguing throughout the day is that this overarching theme that's throughout the day and throughout the outstanding presentations and work in the workshop we have is that knowledge is powerful, and awareness of that knowledge is even more powerful. And we need to lift up knowledge awareness, and we need to meet Black men where they are. We come in all different sizes, shapes, and forms, privileged, not privileged. We need to meet people where they are. And I also learned from this gentleman right here, don't judge a book by the cover. Do not judge a book by the cover. So these are some things that I've learned. And culture, we need to better understand the culture of Black men in order to advance our understanding of how to recruit and retain them in studies. And not only recruit and retain them in studies, also when they're in study, let them feel like they belong. That's the one thing. We get you in the study, but we act like we don't know who you are. Or we treating you good, and we treating you good just because we need something from you. But as soon as the study over, that's the true litmus test. Are we still gonna hang out and kick it with you? Like, are you gonna show up to church on Sunday when you don't need to come to church, when it's a faith-based opportunity? Are you gonna do that then? Or are you just not gonna go to that church at all? And when you get to that church, is you gonna lay some money in the offering at all? At all. I'm just talking for a minute. And are you gonna do that? Those are the types of things that we need to be thinking about. And when I talk about malleability in the funding mechanism, allowing ourselves to be able to shift our funding and our budgets to meet the needs of the community, even though we may have gone into the community and thought that we needed to operate one way. And when we get there and we learn more, we may be able to shift and have that ability to shift without going back and having to write. And I know Robert understands this, and David and other people having to go back and re-justify what we're doing. The justification is simply we're dealing with Black men, an invisible population over time, and we're learning as we go, and afford us the opportunity to learn, and then we can write up our lesson learned. That's what I think what I heard today. And one of the powerful things I heard in Monica's talk this morning, I really enjoyed this. You know, she says, and I'm paraphrasing, she says that, you know, we spent a whole bunch of money on ADRD work. And it's a shame that Black folks still ain't represented in those populations, or Hispanic folks, and, you know, or other racial ethnics. It's a shame. So what are we going to do about that? What is the next step, and how do we move forward with that? I also think that in addition to these things that I learned, I just want to close out with a couple of things that I thought would to be for something for us to think about tomorrow. I personally would like to say thank you to all of the people who participated today. I learned a lot. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to learn from you all. And that's what this is about, us coming together, being in community, learning from one another, and making this a space that's horizontal and not vertical, so that all thought processes could be heard. And whether we agree or not, that's a different story, but at least the voices are in the space so where we can be heard. And the disagreement and the small strife that we may have with one another, it pushes the boundaries of where we're trying to go. And so I think that's important as well. And finally, I just want you to do one thing for me before I leave. I see my colleague is in the room now. And I want you to just do one thing for me. And I know it's late in the day, but I'm just going to ask you to do this. If you enjoyed yourself today, clap one time. I heard some, I'm going to say you didn't clap twice. I'm just going to say you had some rebound. So I'm going to try that again. If you enjoyed yourself today, clap one time. Yes. If you're looking forward to tomorrow, clap twice. And if you're going to complete all the surveys that we send to you, stand up and continuously clap. Get up. Yes, yes. So I like to close with you standing up and smiling and say that I've really enjoyed learning from you. And please come back tomorrow so we continue learning with one another and sustain this and move into after the post-conference and to continue to improve the health and well-being of Black men's brain health. Thank you.